sight may sound trite, but it's true, you know. I could list the detail of everything you ever wore or said, or how you stood the day as we spent the last night on Northern Street. Goodbye, house, forever. I never stole a happy hour around here. Where the world's ugliest boy became what you feel I am, the ugliest man. The last night on Bowling Street, truly I do love you. Oh, truly I do love you. When I sleep with that picture of you framed beside my bed, oh, it's childish and it's silly, but I think it's you in my room by the bed. Yes, I told you it was silly, and I know I took strange pills, but I never meant to hurt you. Oh, truly I love you. Came home late one night, everyone had gone to bed, but you know, no one stays up for you. I had 16 stitches all around my head. Oh, the last bus I missed to Magdalen Street, so he drove me home in the van, complaining women only like me for my mind. Don't leave your torch behind, a power cut ahead, 1972, you know. And so we crept through the park. No, I cannot steal a pair of jeans off a clothesline for you, but you, without clothes, oh, I could not keep a straight face. Me without clothes, well, a nation turns its back and gags and packs. I am moving house, a half-life disappears today. With every hand waves me on, secretly wishing me gone. Well, I will be soon. Oh, will be soon.
Yeah, hi, welcome, Sil and Darlene. Thanks, Brian. I finally got a day off, yeah. Good day again, Sil, Darlene said. Just check my phone with her. There we go. Microphone. Because it's like so many seconds behind. That's Nothing You Should Hear Me Play. Piano. You said it already, didn't you? Oh, you never. I said that's nothing you should hear me play. Piano. So, if you're around a wee while, we should probably listen to the shipping forecast. I've got a few wee songs I can play. I said that's nothing you should hear me play piano. Yeah, title track from Queen is Dead.
Misshapes, mistakes, misfits, raised on a diet of broken biscuits. Oh, we don't look the same as you, and we don't do the things you do, but we live around here too. Oh really? Misshapes, mistakes, misfits, we like to go to town, but we can't risk it. Oh, 'cause they just wanna keep us out. You could end up with a smack in the mouth just for standing out now, really. Brothers, sisters, can't you see? The future's owned by you and me. There won't be fighting in the streets. They think they've got us beat, but revenge is gonna be so sweet. We're making a move, we're making it now. We're coming out of the sidelines. Just put your hands up, it's a rage, yeah. We want your homes, we want your lives, we want the things you won't allow us. We won't use guns, we won't use bombs. We'll use the one thing we've got more of, that's our lives. Check your lucky numbers. How much money could drag you under? Oh, what's the point in being rich if you can't think what to do with it? 'Cause you're so very thick. Oh, we weren't supposed to be. We learned too much at school. Now we can't help but see the future that you've got mapped out is nothing much to shout about. We're making a move, we're making it now. We're coming out of the sideline. Just put your hands up, it's a rage, yeah. We want your
minimum wage. Yeah!
Right. You got to do chat, quoting the Smiths. I may be unusually silent. Typical me, I started something. Jack and Coke and crayfish for me today. Yeah. I've actually got an Easter egg someone gave me, so maybe I'll scoff that tomorrow. Just moving that microphone. Did you see that thing still on? It was on BBC. You know, the nature program. I don't know if it's Autumn Watch or whatever. And there's a chap there. I forgot his name. Like one of the BBC nature presenters, and he done it. He tried to fit as many Smiths titles into the broadcast as he could. Like he had a sort of kind of joke bet with a friend, Ken, that he could put Smiths titles into the broadcast. I think is it Peckham or something, or Packham, Chris Packham. I've never seen the broadcast, I don't think, but he actually did it. Like he tried to put like Smiths titles or song lines in when he was doing the broadcast and stuff. I might look it up one time, see if there's any on YouTube of that. This is killing me. Did you already say Heaven Knows I'm Miserable Now? I don't know. I was looking for a job and then I found a job. Stop cracking me up. Well, shall we see what sort of a swordsman you've become? Shall we see what sort of a swordsman you've become? I've got the weather thing lined up already for us. I'll probably play it now before, in case you have to head off to bed, Sil. Ken, what I like, Ken, what's good, like when you're young, Easter, not just the Easter eggs, but I used to like painting the eggs. You know, you boil eggs and paint them, and then you would probably find a hill and roll them, didn't it? They'd usually just crack or whatever. At school you had to sing like all the Easter songs in that Easter service. I've had a few Heaven Knows I'm Miserable Now moments recently. Yeah. I can feel the soil falling over my head. The sea wants to take me, the knife wants to slit me. Do you think you can help me? Sad veiled bride, please be happy. Handsome groom, give her room. Loud, loutish lover, treat her kindly, 'cause she needs you more than she loves you. Right, let me bring up this window. There we go, shipping forecast. It's the latest one, like. Seventeenth of April. So I think it's the latest one.
This is BBC Radio 4, where now it's time for the shipping forecast issued by the Met Office on behalf of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency at 0015 on Sunday the 17th of April.
Darlene will be like, what the hell's this about? What's going on here? How is this funny?
The general synopsis at 1800. New low expected North Rockall 1007 by 1800 Sunday.
Okay.
The area forecast for the next 24 hours.
We've not started yet. I thought
Viking,
that was a
North
code there.
Utsira, southerly or southeasterly 4 to 6, fair, moderate or good. South Utsira, variable 2 to 4, becoming southeasterly 3 to 5, fair, good. 40s, Cromarty,
right so far.
4th, Tyne, Dogger. South or southeast 4 or 5, occasionally 6
Agent Sill.
later. Fog patches at first in Cromarty. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first in
Fog patches in Cromarty. Then she was going to say something else, quite bleak, I think.
Moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first in Cromarty.
Poor.
Fisher, German Bight, south or southeast 3 or 4, fair, good. Humber, Thames, easterly or southeasterly
Never
3
sunny,
to
eh?
5, occasionally 6 in northwest Humber, fair, moderate or
Humber.
good. Dover, White, Portland, east or southeast becoming
Is that the one nearest to you, do you think, Sil, like Dover or something? We'll have to look at the map again sometime.
Dover, White, Portland,
Mine's is probably that when she says Firth, you know, Firthy Forth, like, I don't know, Firth. I don't know. I'm sure they say that. And they mention the borders.
east or southeast becoming variable 2 to 4, becoming west 4 or 5 later in Portland, mainly fair, moderate or good, occasionally poor in Portland.
Portland Bill.
Plymouth, Biscay, variable 2 to 4, becoming west or northwest 3 to 5 later. Fog patches, occasional rain later. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor.
Frog patches. There's frog patches later on.
Trafalgar, northerly or northeasterly 4 to 6, becoming variable 2 to 4 in far southeast.
Trafalgar.
Mainly fair, good. Southeast Fitzroy, northerly 4 to 6 to the south of Cape Finisterre, but elsewhere variable, becoming northerly 2 to 4. Occasional rain and fog patches at first. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor at first. Northwest Fitzroy, Seoul, southerly or southwesterly 3 or 4, veering westerly or northwesterly 4 to 6. Rain or showers, fog patches at first, moderate or good,
It's so
occasionally
fucking bleak,
very
eh?
poor at first. Lundy, Fastnet, Irish Sea, south or southeast, veering west or southwest later 3 to 5.
Okay.
Occasional rain, fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. Shannon, Rockall, south or southeast, veering west 4 to 6, occasionally 7 later in Rockall.
All right.
Rain or showers,
Rain
good,
or shine.
occasionally poor.
Rain or shine.
Malin, Hebrides, south 4 to 6, backing southeast
And they go
3 to
straight
5.
I didn't
becoming
get it. They go straight to like the Hebrides. Like the one minute it says Trafalgar. I mean, one minute it's like, to me it seems like the bottom of England or something, and then suddenly it's the Hebrides.
cyclonic later in Malin.
Cyclonic,
Rain, fog
fuck.
patches, south 4 to 6, backing southeast 3 to 5, becoming cyclonic later in Malin. Rain, fog patches, moderate or good,
Mere frog
later in
patches.
Rockall. Rain or showers, good, occasionally poor. Malin, Hebrides, south 4 to 6, backing southeast 3 to
Cyclonic.
5, becoming cyclonic later in Malin. Rain, fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor.
Cyclonic and Malik. I'm going to take a note of that. Cyclonic and Malik.
Bailey, south, backing east later 3 to 5. Showers, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Fair Isle, south 3 to 5, backing southeast 4 to 6 later. Occasional rain, fog
Yeah.
patches at first, moderate or good, occasionally
Rain.
very poor at first. Faroes, southeast Iceland, southerly or southeasterly 3 to 5, occasionally 6 at first, becoming variable 2 later in southeast Iceland. Rain, fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. Now the weather reports from coastal...
What's that, mate? I mean, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. They might as well just say shite. It's going to be shite.
Now the weather reports from coastal stations for 2300. Tyree Automatic, south, southeast, 4, slight rain, 2 miles, 1021, falling slowly. Stornoway, south by west, 4, 22 miles, 1020, falling slowly. Lerwick, south by east, 6, slight rain,
cyclonic.
less than 100 metres, 1024, falling slowly. Wick Automatic, south-southeast, 1, mist, 4 miles, 1022, falling slowly. Lucas, calm, 7 miles, 1024, falling slowly. Bridlington, south by west, 3, 1028, falling slowly. Sandetti Light Vessel Automatic, east by north, 4, 2 miles, 1028. Greenwich Light Vessel Automatic, northeast by east, 4, 2 miles, 1027.
Automatic.
St Catherine's Point Automatic, east by north, 4, 1027,
Poor.
falling slowly. Jersey, east by north, 3, Hayes, 4 miles, 1026, falling slowly.
Falling slowly.
Channel Light Vessel Automatic, east, 3, 1026. Scilly
I'm
Automatic,
lost now. I don't know what she's
southeast,
talking
2, fog. 900 metres, 1025, falling slowly. Milford Haven, east-southeast, 2, 8 miles, 1026, falling slowly.
Falling slowly.
Aberporth, south by east, 3, 8 miles, 1026, falling slowly. Valley, south by east, 3,
hailstones.
22 miles,
Fallen
1025,
cyclonic.
falling slowly. Liverpool Crosby, northeast by east, 1, 5
Fallen at
miles,
speed of light.
1026, falling slowly. Valencia, south by east, 3, slight showers,
Fallen at
3
200 miles an hour,
1021, now rising. Ronaldsway, south-southwest, 2, 11 miles,
It's bleak, darling. It's
1025,
bleak up here.
falling slowly. Malin Head, south, 5, slight
To the east of
showers,
Sunday.
19 miles, 1020, now rising. Machrihanish Automatic, south-southeast, 5,
Machrihanish
6
Automatic.
miles, 1023, falling slowly.
Well, everybody's
Now
falling.
here's the weather forecast for the inshore waters of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, valid for the following 24 hours.
Okay.
The general situation: various Atlantic fronts will make
Yeah.
erratic progress eastwards across the United
Yeah.
Kingdom over the next couple of days, bringing outbreaks of rain to many northern and western areas.
Okay.
Cape
Yeah.
Wrath to Rushray Head, including Orkney. Variable 2 to 4 until later in northwest and in Moray Firth. Otherwise southerly 3 to 5, backing southeasterly 4 to 6. Occasional rain in northwest. Fog patches at first near
Frog
Orkney.
patches.
Moderate or good. Occasionally very
Cats
poor
and
at
dogs.
first near Orkney. Rushray Head to Berwick upon Tweed. Variable 3 or less at first in St Andrews.
Shorts and beach day. Shorts and beach day here. I mean, I don't really listen to the weather normally. I just, just look out the window to see the weather. I don't really put much faith in the weather to listen to it, but it's not been that bad here. I mean, it's not been horrible. It's actually been okay. I can't imagine it being like rubbish weather the morning. We'll have to wait and see. Berwick upon Tweed is like near the border.
Berwick upon Tweed, variable 3 or less at first in St Andrews Bay and Firth of Forth, otherwise south 3 to 5, backing southeast 4 to 6, mainly fair. Moderate or poor at first in north, otherwise moderate or good. Berwick upon Tweed to Whitby, south 3 to 5, backing southeast 4 to 6, fair, moderate or good. Whitby to Gibraltar Point, southeasterly 4 or 5, occasionally 3 at first, increasing 6 at times later in north. Fair, moderate or good. Gibraltar Point to North Foreland, easterly or southeasterly 3 or 4, occasionally 5 in north. Fair,
Okay.
moderate or good. Northforeland, Selsey Bill, easterly or northeasterly,
Selsey
veering
Bill.
easterly or southeasterly, 2 to 4.
Selsey Bill sounds like a character of the Worzel Gummidge. Well, look out, it's Selsey Bill.
Veering easterly or southeasterly, 2 to 4. Fair, moderate or good. Selsey Bill to Lyme Regis,
Selsey Bill.
east or southeast, 3 or 4, becoming variable 3 or less later. Mainly fair, moderate or good, occasionally poor at first.
What does that? How does that even mean anything? Moderate or good, occasionally poor. That's just like everything except good. No, wait, moderately good, moderate or good, occasionally poor.
Occasionally poor at first in west. Lyme Regis to Land's End, including the Isles of Scilly. East or northeast, 3 to 5, veering south or southwest, 2 to 4, then veering west later. Fog patches until later, occasionally rain later. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor until later.
Poor.
Land's End to St David's Head, including the Bristol Channel. Variable 2 to 4, becoming east or southeast 3 to 5, then veering west or southwest 2 to 4 later. Rain or showers later, fog patches for a time, mainly in west. Moderate or good, occasionally
Everybody
very
seems to
poor.
be getting rain, I think.
St David's Head to Great Ormhead, including St George's Channel. East or southeast 2 to 4, veering south or southeast 3 to 5, then veering south or southwest later. Rain or showers later, fog patches
Rain or
for a
shine.
time, moderate or
Rain or
good,
shine.
occasionally very poor. Great Orme Head to the Mull of Galloway, variable 2 or less at first in south, otherwise southerly or southeasterly 3
Yeah,
to
she just
5,
said crap.
veering southerly or southwesterly later.
Bleak.
Rain at times later, moderate or good, occasionally poor in north. Isle of Man, south backing southeast 3 or 4, occasionally 5 at first, then veering south or southwest 4 or 5 later. Fog patches at first, rain later. Moderate or good,
Rain
occasionally
later.
very poor at
What is it
first
before the
and
rain then?
poor later. Loch Foyle to Carlingford Loch, south or southeast, veering south or southwest later, 3 to 5. Rain at times, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Mull of Galloway to Mull of Kintyre, including the Firth of Clyde and North Channel. Southerly or southeasterly 3 to 5, becoming variable 2 at times in Firth of Clyde. Rain at times, mainly later.
That must be,
Moderate or good,
that must be near Glasgow, Firth of Clyde, when it mentions Clyde.
occasionally poor. Mull of Kintyre to Ardnamurchan Point, south or southeast 3 to 5, rain at times, moderate or good, occasionally poor.
Poor.
Ardnamurchan Point to Cape Wrath, southerly at 4 or
Wrath.
5, occasionally 6 at first in north, then backing easterly or northeasterly 2 to 4 for a time.
That is its name, Cape Wrath. I think. That's a cool one name for that one, Cape Wrath.
Backing easterly or northeasterly 2 to 4 for a time.
Never saw
Rain
it.
at times, fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor.
Mental or good.
And Shetland Isles, south 4 or 5, backing southeast 3 to 5 later. Fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. And that completes the shipping bulletin and brings the shutters down for the day here at Radio 4. The World Service is coming up though to get you through until 5:20 when Radio 4 opens shop again with the latest shipping and a full news briefing. If your nocturnal taste is for comedy and drama, Radio 4 Extra might be your thing, or of course you can always catch up with your favourite programmes on BBC Sounds.
Right. Oh well. Everyone was moderate or bleak. What was it? Moderate or good, occasionally poor. But one place was cyclonic near the beginning. I went to Poole once. It was bleak but nice place. No, not the Shetlands. Cape Wrath. I wonder if it's spelled like that, Ray. Well, I'm going to have to look at the map next time. Next time you listen. I have to bring up the map. Like the last ones are the coastal areas, around the entire coast of the UK, I think. Different sections. I'm not sure what the middle bit is. We did look it up before. Nocturnal tastes. Yeah. No, it doesn't seem that bad. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's sunny or anything but it's not been that bad here, to be honest. Compared to what the weather can be like sometimes, there's not been any nasty winds. It's not been constantly raining or anything. That just makes it seem really bleak, that everywhere was moderate or good, occasionally poor. Yeah. And the rain was falling slowly. It was about that. That's your weather. That's your weather for the night. Is there any songs that you like, Darlene? If you want, I could play a song. But I usually sort of play ones that aren't like too well known or that, to be honest. Like, not really much, because it comes up with like the crappy right thing, with a lot of mainstream ones.
They take in turn, and they give you nothing real for yourself in return. But when they've used you and they've broken you and wasted all your money and cast your shell aside, and when they've bought you and they've sold you and they've billed you for the pleasure and they've made your parents cry, I will be here, oh, believe me, I will be here. Don't take your life. Some people have got no pride. They do not understand the urgency of life. But I love you more than life. I love you more than life. I love you more than life. I love you more than life.
Oh, God, blimey.
Ooh, ha, 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 ha. Ooh, ha. That was a good one, that last one. Ooh, ha, ha. That's the next one. That was a classic, that one. Ooh, ha, ha, ha. The wee short one. That one, that was classic. Ooh, ha, ha, ha. Ooh, ha, ha.
Oh, saucy.
He fucking
Matron, take them away.
He was peeking through the fence.
Oh, God, blimey.
I like the wee short one he does after that. The next one, right? It was just a classic, a wee one. Ooh, ah, ah. That Violent Femmes one, I was sure I had it on a playlist. I was trying to find it. I'll keep looking. I might be as well just typing it in, to be honest, and see what comes up. Ooh, ah. How could you, like, you couldn't have watched that, surely you couldn't have watched that and, like, not smile, like the Sid James clip, or you'd at least laugh, surely. Ooh, ah. I will dig them out, Tom's Me and Band on stage at Big Day Out and private rooftop concert with Alanis. I got to find those photos, Sil. So happy you have those memories. I've loved him since 1986. Can't have a holiday in UK without Carry On films. There's been a lot of them on TV lately. Carry On Camping was on yesterday. There was quite a few on. Carry On Henry as well was on, and Carry On Behind, which had some well-known sort of is it Jane Asher or something, Hollywood sort of well-known British actress in that one. Carry On Behind. I just watched bits of them. Yeah, photos. I will dig them out when I'm walking. I strut my stuff. Ooh, ha. Matron. Ooh, Matron.
Such a beautiful body. Oh, you make such a beautiful body. I smoke these yellow lip cul-de-sacs at night. You hear my footstep on your bedroom stair, and I will take the first boy in every house in town. I'll take your sisters and I'll lay them down. I'll lay them down tonight.
I need someone, a person to talk to, someone who'd care to love. Could it be you? Could it be you? Situation gets rough, then I start to panic. It's not enough, it's just a habit. Hey kid, you're sick. Well darling, this is it. You can all just kiss off into the air. Behind my back I can see them stare. They'll hurt me bad, but I won't mind. They'll hurt me bad, they do it all the time. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they do it all the time. Yeah, yeah. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. Do it all the time. I hope you know that this will go down on your permanent record. Oh yeah? Well, don't get so distressed. Did I happen to mention that I'm impressed? I take one, 'cause you left me, and two for my family, and three for my heartache, and four for my headaches, and five for my lonely, and six for my sorrow, and seven for no tomorrow, and eight, I forget what eight was for, but nine for lost God, 10 for everything. Or you can all just kiss off into the air. Behind my back I can see them stare. They'll hurt me bad, but I won't mind. They'll hurt me bad, they do it all the time. Yeah, they do it all the time. Yeah, they do it all the time. Do it all the time. Do it all the time. Do it all the time.
I was trying to find a Delamitri track. I thought I had it, set up somewhere, but I don't know if I should look on the media player. I'm going to play another Violent Femmes one. I just wanted to play one in between, or if I should look on YouTube. Yeah, it must have been on YouTube. I can't find it here. Something's got a hold on you. Something's got a hold on you.
TV station and lip red with the sound turned down. It was pro-celeb, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation with Esther Ransom playing the one who's found. And in the room next door, a couple were fighting. But isn't that just one of love's charms? When moods change as fast as lightning, and 50 minutes later you're lying in each other's arms. And you're gone. And you're gone. They say that it's better to have loved than lost, than never to have loved at all. But if you sit down and count the cost of all those losses, there's no profit at all. And this city gets crazy at Christmas. Glitter got a crucifix all over the place. Its head gets too big for its body, and its mouth gets too big for its face. Never throw away an old newspaper. Every day's rich with its current accounts. Prince visits Philippines and Parliament debates. At back page, column 5, somebody's wedding's announced. And Sunday night's the night for loving and squeezing out the weekend's last drops. Yeah, Sunday night's the night for forgiving. Maybe that's why they shut the shops. And you're gone, and you're gone. One day you wake up, and all the pain you've given out gets returned. But I'm not sorry now. I've paid for what I've learned. And you're gone. You're gone. I turned on a TV station and let the red with the sound turned down. It was the Church of Christ playing a Price is Right, where everybody stops while Leslie Crowder counts.
Okay, let me just check this. Just studio page, see if it's came up with anything yet. Oh, it's still nothing yet. See those ships there sailing in and out of the... Wait a minute. Turned on a TV station and lip read with the sound turned down. It was the Church of Christ playing The Price is Rice, where everybody starves while Leslie Crowther counts. Turned on a TV station, lip read with the sound turned down. It was pro-celeb, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation with Esther Ranson playing the one who's drowned. That was just the end and the beginning of the last song, the Elementary one. Yeah, that one says Waking Hours album. Oh yeah, so I'll just copy that one there for me. Copy that playlist. I was wondering if that was it's not in any order, that one there, is it? So that is the last track there. I think this one's... So I know you can't see it, and I was just looking at some playlist thing. Spit in the Rain. Oh yeah, that wasn't on that album, Spit in the Rain, so... Yeah, that's right enough. Nothing Ever Happens was the last song. Yeah. Okay. Empty, yeah, I was maybe going to play that one, but... I'm still satisfied with just a hat full of rain. Agent Shell. So, Agent Shell, shall we see what sort of a swordsman you've become? Shall we see? Shall we see what sort of a swordsman you've become? Agent Shell. It sounds like Shell, eh? When Connery says that, it sounds like Shell. Shall we see what sort of a swordsman you've become? Right, let me look at this playlist thing. See, I tend not to do it if it's the original channel. I don't know this one. We could do that. Give me the car if you want. But I saw that other one about blisters. Yeah, that one.
might stop to check. When I'm out walking, I strut, I stop, and I'm so strung out. And I'm high as a kite, I just might stop to check you out. Body and beats, I stain my sheets. I don't even know why. My girlfriend, she's at the end. She is starting to cry. When I'm walking, stop, and I'm so strung out. I'm high as a kite.
Let me go on, like I blister in that sun. Let me go on, big hands, I know you're the
So, Agent Shell, shall we see what sort of a swordsman you've become? Crude and slow, clansman. Your attack was no less than that of a clumsy child. Crude and slow, clansman. Shall we see what sort of a swordsman you've become?
There's not a hope while you're in this kind of mood. Too much to drink, but not enough to lose. You tore me apart. Now I've got to suffer. I wish I'd been around when you started this. Give me a chance, I'd show you what I could do. You're in a trance, I'm not so fond of you. You may be a friend, but not my relation. But you're the only person I ever knew. And it's too late to wash my hands. We're gonna try to set free man. There is a wind that blows in the northern sky.
magazine.
Well, the magazine ones are quite long, eh? I'm just going to check this agent shell. Oh, still there's no warning coming up. Cool.
Agent Shell, you must decipher the shipping forecast for your next mission, where you will take out the Kurgan, an ancient people from the steppes of Russia. An ancient people from the steppes of Russia, who for amusement toss babies into pits of burning wool. Your mission, should you choose to accept it. Your mission, should you choose to accept it.
Deciphered years back. I think I'll go back to my Windows Media Player list.
Sneak out this glass suburban and we'll go. We were once so close to heaven. Peter came out and gave us medals, declaring us the nicest of the 10. Time won't find the lost. It'll sweep up our skeleton bones. So take the wheel and I will take the pedals. We're in our own movie to Berlin. Can't drive out the way we drove in. So sneak out this glass of bourbon and we'll go.
Moderate to shite. This is the shipping forecast for the 17th of April. Moderate to poor, rising slowly. Cromarty. Tobermory to Scilly Isles. Cyclonic irrigation. Rising slowly, 5 to 7.
got this girl I wanna. Come on, Dad, give me the car. Come on, Dad, give me the car tonight. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pick her up, I'm gonna get her drunk, I'm gonna make her cry, I'm gonna get her high, I'm gonna make her laugh, I'm gonna make her woman, woman, woman. I know she's it, 'cause I'm gonna touch her all over her body, gonna touch her all over her body, gonna touch her all over her body, gonna touch her all over her body. And she can touch me all over my body. 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 Time goes by, I can feel myself growing old, burning insides, making this boy turn out cold. What's wrong? What's right? I don't care when I hate my life. What's wrong? What's right? You know, people don't care when they hate their life. But how can I explain personal pain? How can I explain personal pain? How can I explain my voice is in vain? How can I explain the deep down driving, 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 we're driving, we're driving, we're driving, Hey Dad, speaking of driving, come on Dad, give me the car tonight. So much he don't understand, just might never make it to a man. Dad, I ain't no runt. Come on, girl, give me your. 'Cause I ain't had much to live for. I ain't had much to live for. You know, I ain't had much to live for. You know, I ain't had much to
I'm resisting YouTube catnip at the moment. I think a lot of people do streams on Saturday nights, don't they? They do. They do now, don't they? Hey, I meant to say actually, Sil, I did that thing last night where I turned off the electric light. Do you know if there's any news about the thing? Like if they say any results of what percentage of people... I actually just ended the stream like about, I don't know, like 3 minutes before kind of thing. Shut down the computer. And then turned the electric off. I actually turned my phone off as well for some reason. I thought I'd see, and I managed to resist like even using my phone as well for 10 minutes. Because there's nothing else to do with the electric off. But then I figured out why they chose that sort of time, because it was daylight outside, so it's not like you would be in darkness or anything. But yep, I partook. I wouldn't have known about it if it wasn't for yourself. I wouldn't have known it. Wouldn't have known at all. See, this thing here says Violent Femmes full album. I'm not playing the thing, but so they've got most of the songs there. Yeah, but maybe I could just copy it for future use. But look at the name of the. Oh, it's Crafty Oscillate. That's weird. Yeah, like it says up there. Look at the name underneath. Like the YouTuber's Crafty Ocelot, but look on the it says they're Creepy Stalker Person too. Anyway. Oh, hi NSC, hiya. Just try to get to the window there. I came back to say hello, good night, and have a wonderful time. No bother, you too. Have a nice night. We were just talking about there was this thing where people switched off their electricity in the UK for 10 minutes to protest against rising electricity prices. I read a thing in the paper that said the energy bills were going up like 50% kind of thing. So yeah, it seems like a good idea. I thought about looking at online to see if there was any results of the or was it a protest? Would you call it? 54%. Was that 54% took part? Yeah. Oh, the bills, sorry, I'm getting mixed up. The energy bill's going up by 54%. That's mental. I mean, I tend to sort of save electric as much as I can anyway, like, you know.
Saturday or Sunday, I'll give you your own room. It's next door to my room, and sometime in the night, or maybe I just might, I'll take your clothes off, won't you please? You don't have to talk to me, you just leave the light on so I can see. You've got everything I need. Yeah. You know I can't forget that special night we met at the local PTA, when your mother came to say that you'd been taking days off school. I turned and looked at you, I said yes, I understand. I'm gonna take this girl in hand. I'll take your clothes off, 1, 2, 3. No, you don't have to talk to me, just leave the light on so I can see. You've got everything you need. Oh yeah. Hit me. 'Cause I never had a woman before. I was too scared to touch the girls at the party, and I don't know what it's like to be young. 'Cause all my life I've been knocking on 40. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So fine, put my hand on your pussy.
Yeah.
Will that give you an orgasm? No, that's not right. But if we kiss with tongues, won't that make it? I'll take your clothes off, won't you please? No, you don't have to talk to me, just leave the light on so I can see. You've got everything I need. Oh, just one touch was all it took. No, you can't learn it from a book. Let's go upstairs and have a look. Oh, you've got everything I need. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hit me.
Yes, so they did this thing as well where they said like low income families were getting what was it? I think it was £50, and then the next thing it was decided that was to come off their like council tax, you know, so they had to pay like £50 less council tax. But most people thought they were going to be getting, you know, £50 to help, because I think it was to do with the COVID thing or something, to deal with it or something. I don't know. It was after that, but a lot of people thought they were going to be, you know, getting £50 help, and they just says, oh, it's coming off your council tax or something. I think it was 50, but I'm not really noticing it, right? Like, I've noticed when you go to the shops, like, I mean, just today I went, like, and the milk had gone up, like, by another 5 or 10 pence can, like, at Morrison's. The other week there was, like, no, like, cooking oil in the Morrison's or at, like, a farm food shop nearby. But when I went, you know, I couldn't get any that day, but when I went back and they had it had gone up by like 25p. But see, like the energy thing, I don't really notice. I see the prices going up in the shops, but I don't really notice the energy thing just now, because I've got quite a lot of money in my electric at the moment. Like I've got a decent amount in the gas, like, to keep me going a while, and I've got about like 230 in my electric just now, you know, because I've got like the, you know, the top up card thing, so I've got about like, you know, 230 quid in the electric, so I wouldn't really notice it for a while, you know. That'll keep me going for a few months maybe. But then I don't know if if it's already happened, okay, I guess that affects the meters as well, and they'll be, you know, at a higher rate and stuff. But you know, I can't notice any difference so far. Literally everything going up. My coffee went up £1, yeah. Yeah, everything gets expensive. Like I was saying, I mean, I rarely buy like fresh fish because it's like too expensive, like salmon and stuff. You know, pizzas are still pretty cheap. Some pizzas. You can still get a pizza for £1.50. £1.50. Like a decent one. But yeah, and cheese as well, it kind of goes up gradually, kind of. Yeah. We can eat sandwiches. I saw a thing on one of the news things, and it was this place. It was I'm sure it was like a 20p shop. I'm not sure if it was an actual charity shop though. I think it might have been a charity shop. You know, I think it was a charity shop, but like everything was 20p. And he says the place was really popular, you know, like it didn't really matter what it was 20p. Yeah, 20p shop. It was in England somewhere. See, the guy says it had been quite successful. But yeah, maybe I'll like keep an eye on the electric thing and see if I would assume, you know, I think it's from the 1st of April all this, you know. Cigarettes I get went up by like 40p, but I don't. Sometimes it depends where you go as well, like but I don't really drink alcohol, so that doesn't affect me. Whatever tax the bastards put on whiskey and beer, I won't notice much. That'd be the thing. I've not really been to a pub for a while. I'd probably be shocked if I went in and got a pint and it was like, well, it probably would be at least £4.50 or something anyway. Yeah. Some places. See, when you go to any venues as well, like for a concert, the bevies, like the beer's like expensive as fuck, Let them eat cake. Do you know what? I said that before I read it on yours, just when you said we can eat sandwiches, and then I just at a nanosecond later I was reading your bit that said let them eat cake. It's bleak. It's bleak in the UK. We've got bleak weather. We've got heavy energy prices. It's the Brexit thing that's affecting the stuff in the shops, so isn't it? Probably shit like that. Because we know we're the EU. Let them eat cake. Let them eat reduced bread. Let them eat cake. Agent Shull, you must track down the Kurgan. No, it's China and the Ukraine. Agent Shull, you must find the Kurgan and kill him. If your head comes away from your shoulders, it's over.
tried to stay, but it can't be. It's kind of juvenile of me. There's something I'm missing. Why can't we agree? I heard this sound for 1,000 years. Such a sad song. It goes forever on. I heard this sound for 1,000 years. Such a sad song. It goes forever on. No, I tried to change my mind. So much of you I can't define. Whenever you're near me, whatever you do, I fall apart if you're not there. I couldn't leave, I wouldn't dare. You're always within me. Whatever you do, I heard this sound for 1,000 years. Such a sad song. It goes forever on. I heard this sound for 1,000 years. Such a sad song. It goes forever on. A sin, so please forgive me once again. I'll never betray you as long as you're there. I heard this sound for 1,000 years. Such a sad song. It goes forever on. I heard this sound for 1,000 years. Such a sad song. It goes forever on.
Here we go.
Oh, don't get so distressed if the good life won't arrive. You've been seeing SOS when it's just your clock reading 5:05. the thought that she got free. And why are you figuring who's the best when just your luck ran out and she chose me? We do not lie side by side and mock the thought of you. And I don't take her hand and ask, is this what he used to do? 'Cause I just want to free her from your jails of jealous dreams. 'Cause at least a house when it's empty stays clean. That I was simply swayed. It was a two-way thing, not a three-day fling. No secrets kept, no truth betrayed. And here's the house that held the nightmare that went on. And you're sitting there wishing you'd never been born with that self-inflicted crown of thorns. And we do not lie side by side and mock the thought of you. And I don't take her hand and ask, is this what he used to do? 'Cause I just want to free her from your jails of jealous dreams. 'Cause at least a house when it's empty stays clean. And I won't pretend that I'm the savior of the innocent and bad, but put two withered old blooms in a couple of rooms, and they'll behave like lunatics and crave what makes them sad. So here's a card that says, happy 22nd birthday and I wish you were dead. And here's the house that held a bevy of devils and an angel as well. And you want what I've got when all I've got is guilt. And a room that won't stay still, filled with pockets full of crumpled up money and a mantelpiece littered with bills. 'Cause at least a house when it's empty, yeah, at least a house when it's empty, yeah, at least a house when it's empty is clean.
Yeah, sometimes if there's absolutely nothing on, I might put Benny Hill on like I'm sitting eating my dinner. It's quite rare, but sometimes watch these crime shows. There's a sort of Scottish guy who's a criminologist who seems to be in a lot of these programmes. Like true crime in the UK kind of thing. But yeah, The Prisoner with Patrick McGoohan was on recently, but I don't think it's on anymore. I think because they were showing it every day. Like, I watched a few of them for a couple of weeks. Things like The Goodies, I've got them all on DVD. I don't even watch them half the time. I watched it when I bought it, when I watched all the episodes. But yeah, I was amazed when I went on and it was that channel was showing the goodies, and it was let me see what you're saying. Sorry, I was going with working class angst, but Benny works too. Scotland has some interesting authors. Yeah, I mean, I think with Benny Hill, some of the sketches are funny, like, and some aren't, I suppose. You know, I'm getting that crappy right message now, but it came up after that track. That's all right though. 1 minute, 1 hour 45 before it started. Last time I was playing for an hour. See, I think it kind of depends what you play like. I knew like sometimes Delamitri affects it, but I just wanted to play. I think that's it. Like last, that's what's affected it. But last time I played, like the other night, Three Doors songs, and that annoyed the crappy right demon. Now I've played about 3 Delamitri and it came up. It got a bit longer than that. I got 1 hour 45. What's his chops? The weird one. What's his chops? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say Irvin Welsh was weird, but he's a good author. Oh, that Criminalist guy's David somebody. Honestly, if you ever watch any of these sort of, sometimes it's about serial killers and that, but or just kind of like murderers in the UK. David Wilson, that's his name. If you ever watch any of these, I think that's his name. These crime programs. He's on most of them. He teaches at college and stuff. I love the Doors. Professor David Wilson. But yeah, I was amazed it was a couple of goodies ones on. But see the channel, Sil, it was like the channel it was on was called That's TV Scotland. It had Frankie Howard programs on the same channel. But the thing is, it's like there's another BBC. That's not BBC, right? But obviously there's BBC One Scotland and BBC Two kind of thing. You know how it differs. But there is another channel they've had for a while that's it's just called BBC Scotland. They tend to show a lot of old comedy programmes, you know, like Raspberry Nesbitt and stuff like that, where it's mostly just Scottish. Yeah, but this other channel was called That's TV. Actually, do you know what? I think it's normally not much on that programme, That's TV Scotland. It seems, you know what, a lot of the time it's just sort of telling you what's coming on TV and that, but anyway, they had about like 3 or 4 goodies episodes in a row, and there was like a couple of Frankie Howard programmes, but you know, it's just I was always saying, someone should repeat the programmes and put them on TV. So one channel's doing it. Which is fair enough when you look at what they're showing. If they're showing like Benny Hill and Kenny Everett, and then, you know, I was saying I was watching one of the what was that yin about the lawyer, or somebody of the Bailey or something? Rumpel o' the Bailey. I was watching that, and a warning came up at the start saying, like, you know, the views in that might not be. Oh, the Was Factory. Ian Banks. I've got that book here on my bookshelf. Ian McEwan. I think when they did the like sci-fi or something, it was Ian M. Banks, but the normal ones was Ian Banks. Yeah, they've got a few sort of crime authors there. Alistair McCall. There's those Rebus ones as well, like I said, if I can catch an old episode of Taggart, sometimes I would watch that, but sometimes I don't even bother putting the TV on, It's mostly just rubbish it's on, you know. I was watching The Prisoner daily most of the time when it was on, because they repeated the one like the next morning if you'd missed it, kind of thing. I don't have any of their DVDs. I've just got like one VHS of a few Prisoner, the final episodes of it. You know, with Patrick McGoohan. I mean, I'm not talking about Cell Block H or anything. Who is number one? And if if I should just keep trying to play songs, see if this message is gone. But crude and slow, Clansman. Yeah, I'm not a number. I'd love to go to that wee village, like sell it. It'd be cool where it's filmed. You can go and actually stay there, kind of thing. Where's this other page thing? Crude and slow, Clansman. I'm not a number. I'm a free man. Guy for Rumpelody Bailey appears in that in the final couple of episodes. I watched a freaky one recently, like that was on the. It's just mad to explain, but they kind of replaced him. They put him to sleep, like when he went to sleep, right? I don't know if they injected him, but they moved him and set him up in a new house, and they gave him a moustache. Like they left him, they shaved him. I don't know. When he woke up, he had a moustache kind of hanging. They told him that he was like number 12 and he wasn't number 6. And then he had to help prove that the number 12 was a fake or something, and although he was still to pretend that he was number 12. See? It's hard, it doesn't make sense, but there was someone else that looked just like him pretending to be number 6. And he'd been set up to look like number 12. Everyone said, "Hiya, number 12." But then he had to help kind of interrogate the fake 6 to prove he was a fake 6, while still pretending to be number 12 to play them at their own game and stuff. Yeah, does it make any sense yet? I wanted to show you a wee clip I did when I was filming Uptown.
'Cause I've got a head.
What is that? I need to refresh this thing.
'Cause I've got.
Something else started? No. Why is there music on there? Oh, that's the wrong stream. I've clicked on the wrong thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, it was that.
Wide world.
Button Moon. I need to read what you were saying. I like Chortling and the Wheelies. What's his chops? The weird one, lol. Saturday. I love the Doors. Yes, Welsh too. I've got a library book, Irving Welsh, to read. I could even read that much at the moment. Too tired to check my spelling. I'm not a number. Me too. In Ballamore, to be honest. I'd go to Oh yeah, in Ballamore. I'd go to Teletubbies Land too. I'm all over Button Moon. Bet you wished I'd gone to bed. Nah, I don't. Do you want to go to Peppa Pig World? Do you want to come to Peppa Pig World with me? CBeebies Land at Alton Towers. I don't know where Peppa Pig World is. I used to see a banner sometimes when I was getting a bus home, and it had a banner for this thing, Bible World. I always imagined it would be pretty shitty at Bible World, to be honest. I thought it'd just be like a bunch of books about Jesus. I'd never know because I never went. It's just a banner in a church. Bible World. So, I don't know what it's like at Bible World. Don't go to Dora. So I was uptown and see, I was reading that sign, see that thing? I sing the same song too many times on this. I'll probably mute myself for a while. was singing a song and I just kept seeming to be repeating the same thing. But that thing up there, right, there was a statue, that's how it was, always was, right? That's part of the Edinburgh skyline kind of thing. Raggy dolls. Dolls like you and me.
Hey guys, you want to buy some tour tickets?
You buy some tickets?
Hey guys, you want to buy some tour tickets?
You and I, when we're coming down, we're only getting back, and you know I feel no sorrow.
But anyway, they put like, to highlight the fact that this guy slowed down the bill. There was a bill going through Parliament for the abolition of the slave trade, and this guy slowed it down. Going through Parliament, he claimed that it would be wrong to do it, change everything suddenly, because it would affect too much. And so he slowed it down. So in light of that, they've put a plaque in front to highlight the fact that he did that. See, there's a plaque there. Henry Dundas. This plaque itself is to explain that, to acknowledge that he delayed it. But, maybe they should just replace it with something else. Like, you could actually have Sean Connery, they could move that, or keep the column, right? Move that dude to a museum. Museum of Slavery. And just put a statue of Sean Connery up there. Or, sure could think of something else as well. Because he was born in Edinburgh anyway. He had a statue of Big Sean up there. Yeah, because you'd be surprised if you're reading it. Like, why is this? It's almost like the plaque is commemorating him, but then when you actually read it, this is to acknowledge his role in delaying it. So I guess it's like you put a plaque up, or maybe they got a choice: put the plaque up, or we're going to knock the statue down. But then you couldn't really knock it down, because it's too high up. But to be fair, it is part of the skyline. But I would say, why don't they just replace it with, just fucking replace the statue? I couldn't care if they replaced the dude. Just be another figure on the skyline. But I wouldn't like to see them, take the tower away as such. I mean, that other place that I visited, another graveyard thing that I visited had a statue of Lincoln, I think it was. And they had this slave sort of guy, lower than him, kind of almost like looking up to him kind of thing. I mean, that would be more relevant to sort of move. I don't know. Even the actual figure of the slave guy, he looked quite sort of stereotypical sort of thing. I think it was Lincoln. It was definitely one of the presidents. It seemed weird. It's in Edinburgh, like near that area actually, Waterloo or something. You're hilarious. I was trying to think of something else instead of Sean, but you couldn't have Billy Connolly because he's Glaswegian. You know what I mean? So Sean's for Edinburgh. So what about Begbie? Statue of Begbie. No Begbie. Renton. Statue of Renton. It's so high, nobody can put a cone on it, on its head. But no, I was looking at this statue hang here. That's the Scott Monument in the background there. I was trying to say that this guy had a pizza cutter.
Scott Monument there.
He had something to do with fractions.
What are these dudes up to?
And then the guy at the top. I was trying to say that he had a pizza cutter. Him there. He had this, you get the pizza cutter that's a circle. I was saying that's what he had, but yeah, Robert Carlyle. They're doing a new movie, The Full Monty, with Robert Carlyle and all the other people. But it's actually some tool, I think, for measuring mathematics stuff. James Clerk Maxwell. I was joking that it was a pizza cutter thing he had in his hand. You can't really see it that well, but
These goods up to. There's always some dude with a Tadger, eh? There's always some dude with a Tadger. When you find the things
I've watched
again,
Ravenous. Like, a good
James
film.
Clerk Maxwell. There we go.
I haven't watched it for a while.
Is it there?
Apparently, it was great.
Maxwell's equations. That's great. That's really great, Maxwell. Oh, he's got a wee dog wheel. He's a wee dog.
See it? See his pizza cutter? A big pizza cutter.
He's got a big pizza slice in his hand. See? He's got a giant pizza slice.
Yeah, I liked Ravenous.
He's a wee dog.
I wouldn't mind watching it again. It was actually at a cinema recently, but I never went. Ravenous was on at a cinema.
Wee dog.
So his wee dog wheel.
Wee dog.
See his pizza cutter.
Pizza slice.
Something to do with fractions, he did.
No, there's no about me.
He said, yeah.
Just fighting over that thing. It's like, no, I had it first. Give me that. That old dude's like, I've not even got one of these things to fight over. He's like, well, I've not got any clothes. And he's like, well, none of us have got any clothes, but I've got a tiny penis. He's like, none of us have got any clothes. But we all have like, tiny manhoods. Yeah. He was great.
Apparently, it was great.
Yeah, he was great. I like how they've got a wee dog, a dog on it as well. I didn't get that other thing in the background, look. There we go. That's quite a nice picture.
Yeah, apparently it was great. I was saying as I was some dude with their Tadger out. And these things. That's pornography. Kids could look up and see that. That's terrible.
Yeah. There's always some dude with a Tadger, eh? There's always some dude with a Tadger.
Is he pointing at? Pointing at that boy's skirt. Watch this next guy's pointing.
There's always some dude with a Tadger, eh? There's always some dude with a Tadger.
Watch this bit. What's he pointing at? She's standing on a wee sun, a wee globe.
When you find the things again, well, it's James Clerk Maxwell. There we go,
I like how he's got a wee dog wheel. He's got his pizza slicer and all. Anyway, I thought it was quite humorous. I don't think get away with another electronic. The electronic ones are quite long. Hitman, and we have to look up Hitman and her sometime, eh?
Saucy.
That was on the day, that one. See, I'm peeking in there. See the plot of that one? My God. It's like they two are cheating on their wives. Because they can't get any nookie. Right? And at the end they're like, oh, we love your wives, and they run off to get nookie. But all through it, he's chasing after Barbara Windsor and meeting her in place. So they're basically having an affair and that. Then all these hippies turn up at the end and the next door are keeping everyone up. So they fucking tie a string round them, alright, through their... They've all got pearls round their neck, like necklaces, so they put a string through the necklaces, and then the farmer drives the tractor away, all the hippies get caught up in the string. And they sabotage the equipment for the band. It's a festival next door. And then Hattie Jackson, Kenneth Williams go past on a wee jeep hang or whatever, spraying everybody with like fertilizer or some sewage shit or something, so all the hippies go away. Kinda, it's almost like a generation gap though, you know. We think when they started making movies, they were a lot younger than that. And then this one, it's like, oh my god, all these young folk, all the hippies are there. Dancing to bands and that, and these are like they're all the old crowd kinda, but they didn't want that. But as I say, you know what I mean, they're like there with their wives, and then they're actually cheating on their wives with these other folk. Well, he is anyway, he's cheating with Barbara Windsor and the thing. Muting. Don't crack me up. Brian, please give me 2 minutes to roll. Now that Ravenous, it is a good film, but I've not watched it actually since it was out, but I remember it being a good one, you know. That Mike was really good in it as well. He is a good actor, him. Even though we still remember him as Mike from Neighbours. Ooh, ah. But that, do you know Carry On Emmanuel, which was mostly Kenneth Williams, that's the literally worst Carry On film. Like I'd rather watch Carry On Columbus than watch Carry On Emmanuel. That's such a bad film. The other later ones weren't so bad, I don't think. Carry On Behind, I think, was okay. That was a good one. That was a classic, though. Carry On Camping, like he's peeking through, watching them in the shower.
Matron, take them away.
That was when the bra flew off, Matron.
I thought you said you knew how to handle women.
Well, I do. It's all right. Now, look here, miss. I have come from Rome at Caesar's express bidding to get...
Infamy.
Oh, God, blimey.
They've all got infamy. Infamy, they've all got infamy. Ah.
Who could send something so pure to lull me away? I fought with the last of my breath, but you came along on a glorious day. By the time that you left, I was crawling again. Yeah, you came along on a glorious day. Now I want you to save me again. Ooh, 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 ooh.
hands and I can't look down. Back then I had it all, and now I want it back, that's all. And I can't get out.
That was Embrace, beautiful, A Glorious Day. Yeah, it's Guy Pearce. Pearce is better. Let's see. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I want you to save me again. It was the wrong spelling. Let's see, Wikipedia. Whoa. Animal Kingdom. I've not seen that Animal Kingdom thing, but Simon, I've seen that one, I think. The Time Machine. I watched it once. It was alright. It was on TV through the day or something. So where does it say, like, movies? There we go. Filmography. But yeah, that I like watching Robert Carlyle as well. Do you remember he was the Bond baddie in the... Is it The World? The World Is Not Enough. So you have to go down to the... He's got his TV, like he was in Home and Away for some reason. 12 episodes, Neighbours, obviously. That's a TV series. Neighbours up until 89, Home and Away 91, 94, 96. I don't know. Snowy River is an Australian adventure drama. So then he's done like a whole bunch of like TV programs, and then that's in the opposite order as well. Okay, 1990. So it's got Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Dating the Enemy, Flynn, but Errol Flynn. LA Confidential. And there's Ravenous. Also starring David Arquette. It says something about bears. Some elements, like 1840s California cannibalism, some elements bear similarities to the story of the Donner Party. And it's got rules of it. That's, you know what's a good one? Memento. You see Memento? That's a good one. Like, I've got that. That's definitely a good film. I think I watched that Time Machine. Like, The Count of Monte Cristo, The Proposition. I don't really know much of these later ones. Winged Creatures, The Hurt Locker. I haven't watched that. Prometheus. Iron Man 3. Alien Covenant. Mary Queen of Scots. Who the fuck does he play in it like? I haven't seen that either. Yeah. But Memento was really good, like. I was trying to think of another film where it was The Machinist. Have you seen The Machinist? Where the guy's like really skinny and stuff. The guy that played Batman. The Machinist. Yes, I've seen Memento. I didn't like it. Perhaps I will give it another go. In some ways, it's kind of like in reverse order, because he's finding it, you know, through his photos what's going on, and then it's like a lot of ways the movie's almost in reverse in a way. But you've probably seen The Machinist as well, eh? I always think of that at the same time, because I kind of watched them at the same time, and they were out around the same time, I think. Like The Machinist and Memento. But yeah, I wouldn't mind watching Ravenous again. It was on at a cinema around here, but I didn't bother going, but it would have been nice. Some films would be good to see at the cinema, eh? I think because movies are so crap these days, they should just like show certain old films, do you know what I mean? Because it'd be good to see certain ones in the cinema. Because like most of the movies are like crap anyway these days. There doesn't even seem to be as many movies coming out. That came up with a warning thing for that last song there, like. Oh, yeah, I was trying to figure out what that comedy thing was that I seen him in, but it doesn't matter. It was like, I'm sure it was like a kids film I seen him in. I can't see it. It was like 2020, 2008. I don't know. I've seen Priscilla and The Time Machine. It doesn't matter. I'm sure he said he played someone's boss in one of these things. I'll let you know if I remember. Anyway, I'm gonna get myself another tea or coffee. Love the score too. I'd like to watch. Yeah, it would be cool, eh? Do you know what I saw at the cinema? Like, you know, years later, The Wicker Man was on it, and you know, the museum I visited on like one or two live streams. They had a cinema bit at the back for a while, and I attended a showing of The Wicker Man there, which was pretty cool. I'm not sure if the producer or director of that was there. Maybe one of them, you know, producer or something. And it was like, you know, the full cut, yeah, what they had anyway, like the sort of director cut type thing. At the cinema, yeah, The Wicker Man. So it was cool. That's the only sort of older film I've seen, you know, at the cinema. It wasn't even like your normal cinema. They've built a new one here as well, like, because they've done this, like, that thing I filmed like the other day. Near there, there's this whole shopping complex, and there's some big cinema open there. Not that I go very much anyway, like, but. Ooh, ah.
up the thing, riding her perfume downstairs. Makeup like glue, she danced round the room to the sound of her corduroy flares. Let's go to town, taxis all round, we could stop for a couple of beers. He looks at it all, stifles a yawn. She tries not to look like she cares. What do I do now? Are we going under? What did I do wrong? I thought we had it sorted out the other day. Maybe I'm just stupid, thought we'd try again. No one told me it was raining. Can't face a club, they walk to a nearby pub, watch a couple of bands. Draining the glass, they walk home at last, reaching for each other's hands. Nothing is said, he goes to bed, dreaming of her on his own. She stays up awake, watching him sleep, scared that she'll wake up alone. What do I do now? Are we going under? What did I do wrong? I thought we had it sorted out the other day. Maybe I'm just stupid, thought we'd try again. No one told me it was raining. No, I miss you every day of your life. And oh, you're electric, you're not that strong. You know I'm onto you. I miss you every day of your life. And maybe when you're dead, I'll get some rest when holding on to you. What do I do now then? Are we going under? What did I do wrong? I thought we had it sorted. Is there someone else or am I too familiar? Was it when I said I wanted to like children? Tore up all your photos, didn't feel too clever. Spent the whole Sunday sticking you together. Now I'd like to call you, but I feel too awkward. Something's been explaining. No one told me it was raining.
Oh. Fucking stop, man. So fucking gonna fuck. Pigs on the wing. Ah, fuck it, man. Let's just play this in here, man.
fucking boredom. It gets you through the boredom. To wanna be your shoes again. Everybody wants to be someone else. You can never be anyone else. You can never be anyone else. I'll never be Stevie Nicks. These things I know. I'll never be Stevie Nicks. I'll never be Stevie Nicks. These things I wanna be first and more. Everybody wants to be someone else. You can never be anyone else. You can never be anyone else.
I'm just got to pause that if I can get to the.
Sometimes it's gin, sometimes you drink whiskey, sometimes you just.
This is a pretty good album, I think. Still, it's the inevitable Pinhole Burns. Yeah, is it just eight songs there? He was licking me. I would have played it, but I'd probably just come up with a message anyway about he was licking me. Does he say it at the end?
Jesus Christ.
Stay there.
Sick man outside!
Stay there.
Sick man outside!
Mr. Cahoon? Yes. You come outside.
He was licking me. Yeah, I haven't watched it since it was out at the time. It was kind of different, I know, because it wasn't like a straight cannibal sort of movie as such. I'm not even sure if technically you'd call it a horror, but I mean, I probably would, but. He was licking me. I imagine that's how he said it. It didn't seem that loud, I don't think. But no, I was copying this thing to put it in the chat thing. I think that's the whole sort of album of it. The Inevitable Pinhole Burns. You really like Ravenous, but sure, I can't believe it's got hardly any views. This album here. I was surprised if most of the views was me. To be honest, there was hardly any views when I first I was listening to it. I quite like it. Don't know much about them at all. I'd love to watch it together. Yeah, I sometimes wonder if I could play certain films on here, and I tend to think like something like Brain Damage. I think I could probably play the whole film, because you notice, well, when the copyright comes in, sometimes it's like an hour and 20 or that. So you could probably watch certain films, but I'd imagine the more sort of well known the film, it's more likely to strike you, I suppose. Like online. Yeah. But yeah, I sometimes wonder if like certain, if it was certain sort of low budget obscure movies, I think even if it came up with a warning, it might be, it might be enough to play the whole thing, kind of thing. He was licking me. I was trying to find where they said it. Is it at the start?
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Where is it? 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 Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! What's the matter? Wake up! Wake up!
What?
He was licking. No. He was licking me!
He was licking me. So yeah, not sure what other music I can play now.
So, shall we see what sort of a swordsman you become?
Hi everyone, hope...
Oh, I was just playing, maybe going to play something there. I watched a thing before and it was like celebrity graves type thing. Well, it was a cemetery in London. Malcolm McLaren's gravestone was amazing. It had like a big massive M kind of thing. I think it said it was a haunted cemetery. But, I'm just making a roll up the new though, so I just want to play some other stuff. But see, you never know how much you can get away with the copyright thing. Copyright demon. Once it gets a hold of you, can. It always comes up for every certain song. But that's that one that I play, that Inevitable Pinhole Burns. That doesn't affect it, like. Go on then, you twisted my arm. He was licking me. I think I wouldn't mind trying to play like that Brain Damage film and see. Not right now, but if I just started a stream and played it. I mean, it's on YouTube, like. So. I mean, there is certain film, other ones that are worth watching as well on YouTube. I wouldn't mind just trying it as a test to see if it let me play the whole movie or what. Saturday's kids were good and were worse. Okay. Oh, I hate that thing where you click on it, right, and it goes to the previous one or whatever when you try to mute it. Yeah, I watched one of her videos recently on that channel. That's the Wendy James channel, and I think she still looks great. It was for last year, a 2021 song. Like how some people
Sometimes it's gin, sometimes you drink whiskey, sometimes you just turn round and kiss me, other times you just walk away. Sometimes your great big eyes, they look empty, you listen to pop and 12-year-old indie, it's terrible. And what you took last night just stopped working, around the corner, Tuesday's lurking, I'm glad I'm not you. These last few weeks just haven't been gentle, putting the mental into monumental. I can't walk away, but my head says, get out! 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 For days I can't help but feel like I'm in the way. Yeah, I choose to stay. I know the shouts and the screams of mean something. I walk down Kingsland Road feeling nothing tomorrow. Gonna walk away. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Sometimes you drink whiskey through the glass and it only just missed me, you've done it. I've got to walk away. Just the way you are. I hate you just the way you are. I hate you just the way you are. In the dead of night, beneath the neon light, in between the slums, rat runs. I don't wanna believe you. I don't wanna believe you. I don't wanna believe you. No, 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 no. I hate you just the way you are. I hate you just the way you are. I hate you just the way you are.
Yeah, that was You should listen. I put that link for that was for that album that I put the link. But where is it? It's not too far up the chat, but you should give it a listen. See what you think. I quite like it. Like, I mean, it's all right. I don't know if I'd say it was brilliant, but I like it. But that was so weird how we kind of found that. I was looking for the lyrics of "Uncomfortably Numb" and or something, and I typed in "The Inevitable Pinhole Burns," and then it came up and says it was a band. Like, I mean, look at that track on there. Like the last one, Suitcase. It says it's only had 4 views. It's crazy. And give it a thumbs up. Like, I'm the only one to give it a thumbs up. It's been there for last year. It's crazy. I know nothing about them, like, but you should give the album a listen. I've been playing it quite a lot anyway, because it doesn't affect the copyright. Yeah, when there was no sound, I was just saying I watched one of the Wendy James channel, a video of hers, a music one for last year. She had like the black eye makeup on. Well, it was like a line going across her eyes, like a stripe, but she still looked she still looked great, Still looked great. You know how people like criticise like certain celebrities for getting old and stuff, whether they've had like surgery or not. But I don't know if she has. Love Comfortably Numb. Just nod if you can hear me. Well, it is Short Songs. I'm not sure what that is. Is that a band or something? But yeah, no, I think she still looks great, I think they're wrong if they think, but obviously she's going to look older. You know what I mean? It's been like over 20 years or whatever. Is it like 30 years probably? Sub to Wendy. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I don't like some of her music's alright. Yeah, like the solo stuff. But yeah, what do people expect? Obviously, she's going to look older, But I think she still looks good. Look, this Celebrity Graves thing. It said, does that say Jeremy Beadle? Because I know you would recognise some of the people. Like some folk, like apart from George Michael, like some like US like subscribers might not recognise some of the people in it. On the thumbnail it was wait a second. Yeah, over there is on the thumbnail it has one of the guys for Fools and Horses, Trigger. Yeah, and I think Jeremy Beadle.
Hope you're well. Just before today's video starts, I want to unusual things. If you want to, you're more than welcome to. It doesn't have to be much at all. You put as much or as little as you want to, but it all goes towards the fuel to enable. Hi everyone, how you doing? It's Paul here from Unusual Things, and I am back in Highgate Cemetery today.
Highgate.
Looking around at some
Short Songs Dead Kennedys.
well-known grave, and I'm just on the lookout now for, and I think I found it. Alexander Litvinenko. And that's him there. The most common picture you see of Alexander is where he's got no hair and he's in a hospital
Well, that
bed.
was that dude.
Now, Alexander Litvinenko was born on the 4th of December 1962 and passed away on the 23rd of November 2006. To the world you are one person, but to one person you are the world. Now, Alexander was a Russian defector, and he
I listened to some of
because he kept getting arrested because he was speaking out against.
Clicked on something and I never meant to. On that page.
He came to the UK because he kept getting arrested because he was.
What were you saying? Yeah, I was listening to a few of the Cramps songs lately. They seem to be in the same sort of vein as some of the music you like, I think. Yeah. Do you like the Cramps stuff as well? I've not listened to much, just now and then.
Speaking out against Putin in Russia, and he managed to escape. And when he got to the UK, and he decided to
Jeremy Beadle in Highgate, then
tell some secrets and start speaking a little bit, shall we say? Putin didn't like it, so he did what he does. And this poor guy here was poisoned and had a slow, painful death, which is horrible. But that's the regime in which he works, isn't it?
Yeah, you're going to land the nod. Cool. Thanks for coming to the channel and being in chat. Hope you have a nice Easter Sunday tomorrow. Yeah, maybe I should listen to the Dead Kennedys. See if I like some of their stuff. I think I maybe listened to one or two. I'll have a wee listen again. Yeah, I'm just going to watch a couple of clips and then probably end the stream after that. Couple of wee documentary things. Yeah, night then. Take care. Catch you next week or in another stream. See you later. Holiday in Cambodia. Holiday in Cambodia.
And it's such a shame, such a waste of life. But hey, you're always going to have the Putins in this world, aren't you? Yeah. Rest in peace, Alexander. And I hope we got some vital information that can help fight his war and help fight what he was standing for when he defected. It's a nice sunny day. I feel like I'm watching a game of tennis though. Honestly, my head is just like not knowing where to look. And you see one and you think, is that someone that maybe you guys would be interested in? There's one there, Nick Price, artist, but I don't know who Nick Price is. So, but I could go around, you know, I'm sure all of them have their occupations written on there.
Highgate.
There's one there as a doctor, you know. So
you like the Dead Kennedys?
I won't read them. Oh, here's one. So here's Gene Simmons' grave.
So not
Gene
someone
Simmons,
like Karl
actress,
Marx or that buried at Highgate or something?
2010, Swift as the night.
Maybe that's a different
flew,
one. I don't know if this is the same one where I
statically moved and feared.
watched before on the channel, a different channel.
Now,
Sweet
Gene
dreams.
Simmons, of course.
Take care.
Was in the film Spartacus, amongst many others. Now I know Gene Simmons there. I know she was a big actress in her day, but I only know her from Spartacus.
Sweet dreams.
As bad as that sounds, I should know a bit more, but hey. But again, tennis, looking around, just met another couple of people in here, and the lady said it's her 5th time of coming here. So, I mean, the thing is with this place is it's just like, I think it's got like 170,000 graves in it or something like that.
Fuck, 170,000?
Lady said it's her 5th time of coming here. So, I mean, the thing is with this place is it's just like, I think it's got like 170,000 graves in it or something like that.
huge, like.
Man Fong Mei, Professor Chinese person of medicine. Now I'm looking for Bob Hoskins because I know he's in here somewhere.
Bob Hoskins.
But whether he's here or on the other side, I think he's in this side. But trying to find him. It's another. At least it's not raining. At least it's nice and sunny. And I've just seen the headstone of a well-known footballer, actually, Hugo Egiog. He was a great footballer, and he passed away in 2017. And he had a heart attack. I think he was like 46, 45, something like that. Here's another part. Now I'm just filming some extra bits for you guys because it's interesting. It's like a scene out of Walking Dead or something. I think my running shoes would come into good use if these started opening up and people come out of them. Wow. Let's go left or right, go to the right, go anti-clockwise. Now usually, of course, with a cemetery you never pay to get in, but with Highgate, I suppose because of the prestiginess of it and where it is and the upkeep of it, it has lots of volunteers here, but they charge you £10 to come into the west side, but you do get the east side included within that price. Whereas if you just want to go to the east side, then there's no fee whatsoever. It's amazing over there, isn't it? Really nice. Do you want to say hello to my YouTube channel? Hello. These two lovely people walking around and just having a good look at, again, same sort of thing that I'm doing really, having a good look at different graves. Paths. Now I'm not sure if you're allowed down these paths or not. There seem to be some signs having no entry sign on there. Wow, look at this. That's crazy, isn't it?
What the fuck? Bricked up.
Squirrels over there. That's the first squirrel I've seen in here actually. Here he is. Hi guys, so now I've come over to the east side of Highgate. Just going to have a look around, see who we can find in here. So when I was in the west side, I bumped into two of the volunteers that work here and I asked them if they could point me in the right direction of Bob Hoskins' grave, but they said no. Really helpful, but then they did turn around to me and say it's in a private area, so so we couldn't go there. Now I'm just having a look down this area. There's so many little nooks and crannies in this place, it's so big, but I'm looking for someone. I won't tell you who yet, but if I find them, then obviously I'll let you know. Jeremy Beadle.
Oh, Jeremy Beadle.
He was going for a laugh. Jeremy Beadle, look at that.
Did he say he was going for a laugh?
Let's have a look. Jeremy Beadle, MBE. April the 12th, 1948 to January the 30th, that's my birthday.
Writer, presenter.
2008, writer, presenter, curator of oddities, Ask My Friends. Wow.
That's quite a nice wee grave.
Jeremy Beadle was a very, very intelligent man, and he presented a lot of game shows. That's probably where he's known for, not game shows as in game shows, but game shows as in playing practical jokes on people and having a bit of a laugh, which was great, and he was good at it. It was what he was known for. But he used to write quizzes as well for a lot of quiz shows, and he's written many books, hence why it's weird, because you can't really get how big this is.
Fancy.
Right, I'm going to turn the camera, but it's like sort of like up to there. It's a big set of books on that grave. But yeah, getting back to him, he was well known for his pranks and things like Game for a Laugh, Beadle's About, but an accomplished writer too. And I've just spotted a grave next to it, and I'm going to have to look this one up because the name's sticking out with me. Pat Kavanagh. And I don't know why. So if I look into it and I find out what it is, I'll put it on the screen or I'll do a voiceover over the top. But Kavanagh is sticking with me for some reason, and it's just, I don't know. You know, where things just sort of hit you and you're like, yeah, Beadle, brilliant guy. Wow. Okay, also along here is this guy, Malcolm
that's
Robert
McLaren one.
Andrew
It
McLaren.
is the same cemetery.
1946.
That's an amazing
to
one.
2010. Better a spectacular failure than a benign success. Some drumsticks on the top. Look, wow. R.I.P. Sid. Vic Firth, American classic. Malcolm McLaren. Wow. Now, for those of you that didn't know, Malcolm McLaren managed Sex Pistols. He was a big influence in the music industry. Another one, he was into music, fashion, everything really, anything and everything.
This video's
back
from
in the day, Malcolm
this
McLaren
year,
had his
15th of
name to
March
it.
2022.
Producer, a bizarre character, but if that's your cup of tea, then fine. And a lot of people love the Sex Pistols, and he was responsible for getting them out there into the mainstream, which I don't know whether he regretted afterwards, but yeah, Malcolm McLaren. It's bizarre who you find in these places, isn't it? I love it. I love cemeteries anyway, as you know. Okay,
Yeah, is there
come along here, we probably have one of the most famous graves, if not the most famous grave. Karl Marx. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in the various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Jenny von Westphalen, the beloved wife of Karl Marx, born 12th of February 1814, died the 2nd December 1881. And Karl Marx, born May the 5th 1818 and died the 14th of May 1883. And Harry Longuet, their grandson, born 4th of July 1878, died March 20th 1883. And Helena de Muth, born January 1st 1823, died November 4th November 1890. And Eleanor Marx, daughter of Karl Marx, born January 16th 1856 and died March the 31st 1898. Wow, that's huge. Now, I've just been looking for Roger Lloyd Pack's grave, and he played Trigger in Only Fools and Horses. So many of you, well, I was going to say British people, but worldwide it was, and still is, played everywhere. And it's such an icon of British humour, and it's so funny to this day. And he sadly passed away in 2014, so it's 8 years ago now, and I've just found his grave. Here we have it. Roger Lloyd Pack, actor, 1944 to 2014. Find me at the crossroads where old ghosts meet. Love of my life on Hooky Street. Wow. And he's quite a hard one to find. He's literally packed in amongst all these graves around here, and quite a bit of dense land really. This one was a bit of a tester. I've been walking around here for ages, looking everywhere to try and find it, but now I'm so glad that I did. I've got it, and what an amazing actor. And I'll put in the clip now at the bar if you haven't seen it with him and Dowboy. It's been a long one this morning, but worth it. Seen some good graves, some really famous people, and some icons, and yeah, some sports people. It's been a good visit. Hope you've enjoyed it. Please comment down below with any of the graves that I've been to see. Leave me a message, or if you're a fan of any of them, or you wanted to know where they were, then please feel free just to get in contact. Leave me a comment down below. Please subscribe to the channel as well, help me keep it growing, and press the old thumbs up like button. Other than that, that's it.
Next to the subscribe button, you will be notified whenever we post news. Primarily active in the golden age.
Yeah, the sort of early groups of comics fandom.
Of this thing right from the get-go, the saturated colors, which is where the blacklight reference comes from, and biography by Bill Shelley to open this thing up. So a really interesting artist, and one of those things, once everybody starts reprinting and digging through comics history, you start to see these people, emerge. And I'll Be Cool is not an unknown that somebody found, but he's somebody that was new to me because primarily active in the golden age.
Yeah, the sort of early groups of comics fandom would be like the underground dudes in a big way. So his name came to light for me from interviews and stuff I read with Robert Crumb, who was talking about the interesting golden age artists that he would look at outside of the Bigfoot cartoonists. And he was looking at Jay Disbrow, he was looking at L.B. Cool as inspirations. And there's a period of art that Crumb did that you could tell that that's where some of the stuff that he was looking at when he was starting to do, like, extend beyond the Bigfoot stuff, get more representative. And by the way, go back, like just even some of the title stuff there, like you could see that, the underground guys, Crumb would take some of that kind of.
It's a good point, because even in addition to like the style that they might lift, it's even that generic suspense comics. Right. Like this would be a prop in some story about comics, favorite four, it's kind of a funny power comics, it's the height of that golden age era where it was like just putting out products. And this intro biography info by Bill Shelley is really great. Like we've seen a couple of pictures of L.B. Cole scattered throughout here, some of his like drawings and behind the scenes stuff. His wife, who was very active in like co-running his business with him.
It's from the 80s.
Yeah. In the 80s has a resurgent. Like he does the cover for the Price Guide.
The Overstreet
Price Guide.
Yeah.
And does some shows, like he's kind of reappreciated. I don't think he was ever lost, like I said, but does get that second round. And so there was fan demand for like, hey, I want this cover, or can you do a painting of this version?
Say this 3 times fast.
Yeah, very close friend of Dick Trickle from NASCAR. But he had a resurgence, and the thing is, like, he leaves comics more or less after the Comics Code, and goes off and has a very successful career as an illustrator and even as a publisher beyond comics, but doesn't end up like penniless or heartbroken because of the comics. So he has this run that's memorable in comics, but then goes on to decades of commercial art elsewhere, mostly as a result of, I think, the collapse of comics after the Golden Age. So again, this book does a good job of kind of giving us this overview of a very successful commercial artist, like these paintings, covers that he would do for other projects. You can see where they appeared, as well as like the original paintings, or in some cases recreations of these paintings. And it shows you his range.
Yeah.
Like, again, you think of, we're going to see a lot of black ink on most of these pages, but not the only way he could work or see.
Yeah, it's really cool, man. Like a very accomplished illustrator.
These are great. These are John Stanley comic books that we should look at some point, because they are a break from the typical John Stanley. L.B. Cole doing covers for them, why they're included in here. But here you get, some of that information out of comics. And it's awesome to see Bill Shelley. writing.
Yeah, man. Shouts to Bill Shelley. He's a favorite of the Kayfabe channel, and left behind a gang of amazing books with Kurtzman.
Harvey Kurtzman with LB Cole. So, a guy who I think he liked comics. It wasn't like some people who, had disdain for the industry or whatever. It just happened that as the opportunity shifted, had to move on. And this is one of those recreations of one of his covers. But like, how amazing is this?
Yeah, like it's so cool because like when you see the pulps, you see that he understands color theory and design and stuff, but all bets are off with comics, and it's like use every color. Like it's about color, it's about bombast, it's about spectacle, circus, if you will, and do some stripey fucking fish, man. He like if he's like Bob Ross and he's painting his own Happy Little World, that Happy Little World is going to have Roy G. Biv, and more often than not, it's going to be 100% plate values.
This is, this video is father of psychedelic art, and that's what you're seeing with those saturated colors. Even before being able to do spot colors necessarily, you could still do those primary colors in high saturation. And one of the interesting parts of his story to me, even like what would be a normal, it's a bird, what's psychedelic about it? Well, look at the colors he puts in the feather patterns.
Yeah.
And like even this kind of stuff, it's a Western aimed at young readers, but you get this kind of wild background colors of flames all around. And he did a little bit of commercial, what would be work for hire today. Didn't like that, wanted to work for himself. And what he did, he and another guy were going to I don't think he was ever lost, like I said, but does get that second round. And so there was fan demand for like, hey, I want this cover, or can you do a painting of this version?
Say this 3 times fast.
Yeah, very close friend of Dick Trickle from NASCAR. But he had a resurgence. And the thing is, like, he leaves comics more or less after the Comics Code, and goes off and has a very successful career as an illustrator and even as a publisher beyond comics, but doesn't end up like penniless or heartbroken because of the comics. So he has this run that's memorable in comics, but then goes on to decades of commercial art elsewhere, mostly as a result of, I think, the collapse of comics after the Golden Age. So again, this book does a good job of kind of giving us this overview of a very successful commercial artist, like these paintings, covers that he would do for other projects. You can see where they appeared, as well as like the original paintings, or in some cases recreations of these paintings. And it shows you his range.
Yeah.
Like, again, you think of, we're going to see a lot of black ink on most of these pages, but not the only way he could work or see.
Yeah, it's really cool, man. Like a very accomplished illustrator.
These are great. These are John Stanley comic books that we should look at some point, because they are a break from the typical John Stanley. LB Cole doing covers for them, why they're included in here. But here you get, some of that information out of comics. And it's awesome to see Bill Shelley, writing.
Yeah, man. Shouts to Bill Shelley. He's a favorite of the Kayfabe channel, and left behind a gang of amazing books with Kurtzman.
Harvey Kurtzman with LB Cole. So, a guy who, I think he liked comics. It wasn't like some people who, had disdain for the industry or whatever. It just happened that as the opportunity shifted, had to move on. And this is one of those recreations of one of his covers. But like, how amazing is this?
Yeah, like it's so cool because like when you see the pulps, you see that he understands color theory and design and stuff. But all bets are off with comics, and it's like use every color. Like it's about color, it's about bombast, it's about spectacle, circus, if you will, and do some stripey fucking fish, man. He like if he's like Bob Ross and he's painting his own Happy Little World, that Happy Little World is going to have Roy G. Biv, and more often than not, it's going to be 100% plate values.
This is, this video is father of psychedelic art, and that's what you're seeing with those saturated colors. You know, even before being able to do spot colors necessarily, you could still do those primary colors in high saturation. And one of the interesting parts of his story to me, I mean, even like what would be a normal, it's a bird, you know, what's psychedelic about it? Well, look at the colors he puts in the feather patterns.
Yeah.
And you know, like even this kind of stuff, it's a Western aimed at young readers, but you get this kind of wild background colors of flames all around. And he did a little bit of commercial, what would be work for hire today. Didn't like that, wanted to work for himself. And what he did, he and another guy were going to like an auction house where a comics publisher was selling their inventory. They were getting out of the business. And so he was going to try to buy this. And this is how a lot of these Golden Age publishers, how they worked. It's not that you had a staff of writers and artists. You had an editor who was buying the stuff from, you know, the Igor shop, the Simon Kirby shop, these different places. And so whenever this comics publisher is going out of business, Cole shows up to buy all the stories, several hundred of these stories, and partners with another guy who was there to do the same thing. And they realized we can bid against each other, or we can go into business together and save some money. And that's what they did. And so Cole becomes like his own boss. And what he concentrates on are making the covers for those comic strips, which was the formula in the Golden Age. So that's what you see here. And as we continue flipping, you're going to get a lot of different genres that he was publishing, you know, a lot of stories that he bought. And it's interesting to me how those stories floated around, because that's what would get reprinted, repackaged. Like Eerie Publications, you know, would just repackage old stories that had already run because some company bought them. You know, it wasn't like the copyright went back to the original creators. You would just get a big stack of stories and now you were good. You were ready. You had a bunch of comic books ready made.
That's Earth.
How amazing is that? And one of the places you'd expect him to do black in the background, he does blue.
Yes.
So much of his comics, though, are this kind of black background. I love these plain ones because we look at, you know, World War II comics often with Warren Bernard, so we're kind of conscious of these war comics. Adding that kind of psychedelia to war comics, you would think, what? How does that work? Great. It works amazing.
I mean, if you would have just showed me that, I would have said, yeah, that's that old period Basil Wolverton. Like these guys were contemporaries, and so I feel like someone was feeding off of someone. Look at that stuff, dude. Like this is like Lou Fine.
Everything's inked with a brush. That's what he talks about that. And, you know, again, not an unknown guy. So there are interviews out there with him, and you can find him talking about his craft a little bit. But all the ink stuff, he says, is with a brush, and that he could ink the finest line, as fine as anything you could draw with a pen.
Yeah.
Romance comics, again, you know, we always talk about how romance comics were this huge genre in the Golden Age. And whenever you buy 300 comic book stories from a publisher, you get all kinds of stuff. Funny to see him doing like this, again, psychedelic. I don't know what other word you would describe for some of these like patterns and things that he's putting on top of these covers. Like this is just astounding. I used to get these. They were foam, and they would have like a little plastic propeller.
Oh yeah.
And they would look like a bunch of planes. But I remember these ones that had like two pieces of plane
with that rubber band propeller.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I had those.
How about that for just wild perspective? I love the plane stuff though. It kind of surprises me because I don't think I have any comic book like this in my collection.
Yeah.
And they look so cool. You know, it's the dogfighting. Like I think of Alex Toth's and, you know, some of the EC war comics and things. This is a very different version of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think of the rules and mandates of DC Comics, which was at the time like no dog fighting because it's static, it's boring. I think about the that Howard Hughes flick that Scorsese made when it's showing Leo like looking at some dogfight footage, and he's like, "This isn't shit. Like it's just a plane against a blank background. Like There's no action to this."
Yeah, that's right.
There's ways to figure that out.
And I don't know if I said this is a Fantagraphics publication, but Jacob Covey on the design, and I think this is a masterful design. You know, it's oversized, it's the saturated colors, and then we'll get these pull-out quotes from time to time. It's neat to see an artist that, okay, we're looking at horror, and it makes total sense, and then you see romance, and it's like, that looks good too. Now, of course, crime being one of the big Golden Age genres.
That's funny.
And it's, how does he approach crime with this type of style? Yeah, that's great. This is what he loved. This is what he would go into whenever he leaves comics, is like field and stream, hunting, fishing kind of commercial art. There's your Dick Cole there.
Say it again, quicker.
We're going to see it a few more times.
So we looked at 3 Dick Coles.
That one's getting a little bit close.
I mean, that should have been Shirts and Skins.
Yeah. Dime Comics, Eagle Comics, they're so generic, and it perfectly complements his style. His style has, I think of Charles Burns a little bit.
I've got that Dread
in that
one up
it's
there.
so precise, it almost looks like it's some kind of... His style has...
that one up on the top left.
I think of Charles Burns a little bit, in that it's so precise, it almost looks like it's some kind of machine, or you're using, French curves or something to do every line. And this is a funny section because we really don't have anything like Funny Animal Comics anymore. And
look at him going Frank King.
Big genre once again, and you'd think that Funny Animals, and I guess they survive past the comics code, but really they die out pretty early on.
I like seeing him kayfabe the anatomy.
Yes. Such good, like, the craft of the inking is really impressive to me. Also, the fish are funny. Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the comic books that Ed Piskor and I make. Available now in your local comic shops or online wherever you buy comics and books is Red Room, Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. Season 1, Antisocial Network, available as a collected trade paperback. Season 2, Trigger Warnings. Issue 1 is now out. Issue 2 coming soon, if not already out whenever you see this video. Banned in 26 countries, banned in 7 comic shops, but they can still order them for you, so be sure and ask for it by name. And the rest of Ed's bibliography available still in print: WYSIWYG, Portrait of a Serial Hacker, X-Men Grand Design, 3 oversized Treasury volumes of that, and Hip Hop Family Tree, 4 oversized Treasury volumes of that, as well as 2 box sets.
But what do you have, Jimmy?
And coming to comic shops in March and April, Hulk Grand Design, a reimagining of the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk, over 500 comic books, over 10,000 pages condensed into 2 oversized issues, telling the complete story of the Incredible Hulk, and available in several beautiful eye-catching covers: Marcos Martin, Peach Momoko, and Cartoonist Kayfabe's own Ed Piskor. And coming in April, Hulk Grand Design Madness, covers by me, Ed McGuinness, and Jeff Darrow. Also available in comic shops and booksellers: Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive from Image Comics, a homeless ninja on a skateboard.
Well, I'm getting a tea.
and The Plain Janes with writer Cecil Castellucci, possibly the first young adult graphic novel here in America. And now back to our regular scheduled programming. His horror is the best stuff, though.
Oh, it's not on the screen.
Ghostly, weird stories, death.
Hold on. Okay. So, that's the channel there. Cartoonist Kayfabe. So anyway.
Novel here in America. And now back to our regular scheduled programming. His horror is the best stuff, though. Ghostly, weird stories, death ship. You could imagine these things, many of them, as blacklight posters hanging on the wall. Guns.
How about that perspective?
Wow, that's awesome, right? Talk about kayfabe, and that's a really fun perspective, but man, that guy's a little off.
And he got those ninja claws from the back
Yes,
of
he does.
Black Belt magazine.
Probably from inside here, maybe.
Yeah.
That's another one. It's kind of the same idea, you know, hanging out a window and cool perspectives on there. Sharks making quite a few appearances. Funny to see the motifs that run through whenever you're looking at hundreds of his comics at once. But a very prolific guy, and like I said, a guy whose work was celebrated enough that it made it through, you know, a couple decades in his absence. Never really goes away. Man.
I just seen a Mad parody.
Yes. There was a book on those. Remember that? It was, I can't remember the name of it, but so many of those things that you never even hear of. Pretty striking is just a red cover. Think how much that would stand out on your stand.
Totally. How boring, dude. Like the chaplains at war.
It's funny, too, to see, like, Bible stories, and then you turn the page and it's like, yeah, this is a long way from Bible stories.
And it's straight up like the devil from the Twilight Zone episodes with the tights.
Look at the double lighting, like, and the choices for orange and blues and yellows and blues for
Just
the double
all
lighting on
colors,
everybody's
man.
faces.
You know, these green
Westerns.
faces.
Outlaws. Teen, you know, the Archie kind of knockoff stuff.
Like the lesson here for me is like, if you're going to use all the colors, like just use them in every place. Like allow the entire image to just fuzz out with color.
I love this cover with the snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, go nuts. And that's what he said. Like, he would go in and see, there were so many comics published in that time period in the late 40s and early 50s that he said he looked at the stands, like the wall of comics, and was like, primary colors. You know, it's almost a no-brainer. Again, with the psychedelic, if you just saw the line art, it doesn't say psychedelic. It's
Right.
really his application of color that makes it pop. He also talks in this book, and I'm sure in interviews, about his use of black and the idea that, like, it's where our imaginations fill things in. You know, something you might hear a horror movie person talking about, but it was something that he keyed in on very early in terms of design and using it for comics and covers. You know, just let that reader's imagination fill in those dark for comics and covers. You know, just let that reader be person talking about, but. It was something that he keyed in on very early in terms of design and using it for comics and covers. You know, just let that reader's imagination fill in those dark spots.
So not only did the Comics Code go against like all the words and the titles in EC Comics, but something tells me that LB Cole didn't fare very well because he's using all the terror, horror type.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hyperbole in his works.
He leaves, he shuts down shop shortly after the Comics Code happens. I love, like, this is one of my favorite covers, just period.
Feels like Funkator.
Yeah.
You know, like I wonder if Carnes knows that.
He must know this stuff, right?
It looks like it, right?
If he doesn't, Jason Carnes, this episode's for you, buddy. go check this guy out. I think you enjoy his sense of color. But he, you know, after the Comics Code is implemented, as you say, a lot of these comics just aren't going to survive. Speaking of that fine line inking, man, look at some of that stuff. Yeah.
This is bizarre.
It's a death machine.
Yeah, with like a Hitler villain guy.
So weird. Totally weird. And he doesn't leave comics right away. He does some stuff with Classic Illustrated and goes to I always forget if it's Dell or Western. Whoever that big publisher is, though, like the all ages publisher from the 50s, and works under Helen Meyer for a while there. And again, doesn't like not being the boss, and heads out on his own, starts doing like Field and Stream kind of illustration jobs and publishing that kind of a magazine.
When you see these devils, I know that Glenn Bray commissions people to do like devil drawings. Like he must be aware of LB Cole also.
Yeah, I bet you. I wonder if there's some stuff. There's got to be LB Cole in his collection. I thought this is, a lot of these small ones, it's easy to miss. But how great is this with an octopus attacking multiple figures?
Yeah. Good shapes on that cover.
Terrors of the Jungle, like drawing all those different animals, perfect.
And he knows what to, it's a bust.
And these kinds of animals, yeah, it's all stuff that would be in trouble with the Comics Code, right? Now we go from horror to sexy women, and you have terror in the title. Not going to work. But the animals are something that you would see, especially patterns like a zebra in psychedelic art, in blacklight art in the 70s. It's amazing what he's doing with color.
And just seeing how you could chart what's hot in comics with the stuff that he's doing. Because so Sheena, Queen of the Jungle was out. You get your funny animal period, like maybe Harvey Comics really started kicking. You got your Lev Gleason, EC Comics that are out there. You got Kirby and Simon.
Charles Bureau with his Crime Does Not Pay.
Right.
You're seeing these cars blow up and stuff in the background. Again, with the psychedelic, he's doing everything. This is just a swimming pool. It could be so boring, and instead he's dropping in yellows, purples, oranges, greens.
Against purple and red bricks.
Yeah, right. That's funny. It's almost like you're colorblind or something applying some of these colors, or like a kid's intuition or something where it is like use every color you've got.
Yeah.
And a lot of the patterns, checkered shirts, these kind of swirls and things in the background.
Using surprint for this cover.
It's amazing. Twilight sky. Just great details. And I think that it speaks to, that's pretty good too. I think that flashback face is being read kind of behind this guy, alone at war, remembering his love back home.
The lettering on that is very pop art also.
I think a lot of this stuff is. I think you're right on whenever you...
Whoa, he straight up did. Like when he's at... that's Gladstone. This
is 1995. Yeah, this would have been a new piece. Which, again, I think is interesting that he comes back 20, 30 years later and continues to contribute, to be a guest at New York Comic Cons and do the Overstreet Guide covers and, do a Disney cover. Just great art. I wonder how much of the actual originals have survived, like in the pen and ink version.
Yeah, probably.
And then here's stuff outside of comics, book covers, magazine covers, spot illustrations that he would do.
I'd like to think that there was some exclusive club with these fringe guys. Like this guy would know Eric Stanton and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Bill Ward.
Yeah, Rod and Gun, you can see that kind of sportsman's magazines. Yeah, it would be great to think of those guys. And I mean, it's what we do whenever we look at this stuff and you make these lists and tag different artists or compare them. We're kind of assembling that. Basil Wolverton you mentioned, and you do see lots of that in his work. And you can see, the guy's a craftsman. It's not just limited to, not a savant, it's not Fletcher Hanks.
Right. Yeah, and here you go right here, medical illustration. You can't be too imaginative with that or else somebody might die.
These are cool too. I'm not sure what this is from. It says an unknown project, but something with skate punks. Gotta love it. At this point, he's kind of a late middle-aged, older dude doing skate punk art.
That stuff's very disturbing. Probably the most disturbing stuff I've seen in the book.
See, here it says, this is your original art for the cover of Target Comics, and few examples of Cole's original cover art still exists. So... nice to see a little bit, but unfortunately, I guess a lot of that's been lost to time, which is surprising because, again, he and his wife managed his art as a business. So you would have thought that maybe that stuff would have stuck around, but that could just be the way, printing was. I don't know if this stuff's even returned to you in the 1940s and 50s.
It just feels weird to dispatch your stuff that way. I don't feel like that's I feel like that's fighting nature.
You know, it is, but consider the book we just flipped through here. The majority are from his publishing time, which is a couple of years. You know, they were putting out a lot of products. This is a recreation from Modern Times, 1981 recreation, but based on one of his old covers, and several of these are recreations where you do get to see, like, you know, this is the pencils, but again, from the recreations, but at least you get to see a little bit of his hand. But, you know, like, I think the reason, Ed, that stuff wasn't, one, it's almost like you just don't think about things sometimes on your own. And I don't know if people were thinking, I want the art back, take care of the art,
right,
until you come in contact with somebody that's doing it. And then the other side of it is you're running a publishing business where it's like, we've got 20 books going to press this week or this month. It's just hard to keep it all, you know, these are skeleton operations because, again, you bought 300 stories. It's not like you're running a bullpen or have a bunch of staff. It's a couple guys putting out, you know, a couple hundred books over the course of a few years. So an amazing book, like one of these, whenever I talk about it being a golden age and being able to get into these reprints, I can't imagine reproducing this better than they've done.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Jacob Covey really, you could tell that he was inspired and felt cool.
And you mentioned R. Crumb early on, Ed. You get a nice big magenta R. Crumb quote there on the back. His covers are really noir, spirals, figures falling down through space, big spider webs. The colors are all totally primary, just bright red, blue. They really work. And that's the truth of it, you know, and that's, again, going back to this idea that this is psychedelic art really 10 years before psychedelic art becomes a thing.
Yeah, incredible. So fun to look at. Great eye candy for the Cartoonist Kayfabe
I was going to
audience.
say that at the beginning of the video, like this is going to be one of those eyeball episodes. Keep your eyes on the screen for this one. But it's more of that Golden Age stuff. And it really makes me think there's a lot in Golden Age comics that I haven't seen yet, and that I each piece I see, I feel like I want to see more of it.
Yeah, like there's that whole thing where, you know, the students of the game, the people who are digging, the people who are in the bins, like looking at old stuff, it's never stopped, right? And hearing Paul Karasik tell the story of when Jerry Moriarty like hips him and Art Spiegelman and the Raw magazine crew to Fletcher Hanks before they even had the name for the dude, or maybe there was like, it could be one of several names of this creator, but it's definitely the same guy because look at that neck, you know, that kind of shit. There is stuff out there. There's a lot of material that was put out on the stands, and a handful of names survived, but there's probably more, and that's the fun of it, right? Like that's why we are in the bins.
Yeah, absolutely.
You good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell, we'll notify you when new. These fringe guys, like this guy would know Eric Stanton and stuff like that.
Yeah. Just great art. I wonder how much of the actual originals have survived, like in the pen and ink. Like the craft of the inking is really impressive to me. Also, the fish are funny. Cartoonist Kayfabe is
She said, just look into my eyes. And then she said, she talked about as fast as she smokes. She smoked about as fast as she drank. He knew nothing good could come of this. He knew. Can't resist the girl with confidence. Can't resist the girl with confidence. Can't resist the girl with confidence. She was all blonde hair and cheekbones. He said, "You're gonna take me home tonight." She said, "Yeah, yeah, 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 yeah." And he said, "Just look into my eyes." And then she said, he was all lucky strikes and cheekbones. She said, "I'm gonna take you home tonight." He said, "How the hell do you know that?" She said, "Take a look into my eyes." He can't resist the girl with confidence. Can't resist the girl with confidence. Can't resist the girl with confidence. He can't resist the girl with confidence. Can't resist the girl with confidence. He can't resist the girl with confidence. He can't resist the girl with confidence. Everybody wants to be Louis. It's the same old emotions again. When you go through the motions again, all the girls they want to be Kim Deal. It's the same old emotions again. Keep it real, just like Kim Deal. It's the same old emotions again. All the boys they wanna be first and more. 'Cause he's so fucking hardcore. I wanna be fucking hardcore. It's the same old emotions again. I'll never be Stevie Nicks. These things I know. I'll never be Stevie Nicks. I'll never be Stevie Nicks. These things I know. All the boys they wanna be Tommy Lee. That's all the boys, including me. I wanna be Tommy Lee. It's the same old emotions again. All the girls they want to be Kim Gordon. 'Cause it gets you through the fucking boredom. It gets you through the boredom. To wanna be the same old emotions again. Everybody wants to be someone else. You can never be anyone else. You can never be anyone else. I'll never be Stevie Nicks. Sometimes it's gin, sometimes you drink whiskey, sometimes you just turn round and kiss me, other times you just walk away. Sometimes your great big eyes, they look empty, listen to pop and 12-year-old indie, it's terrible. And what you took last night just stopped working, around the corner Tuesday's lurking, I'm glad I'm not you. These last few weeks just haven't been gentle, putting the mental into monumental. I can't walk away, but my head says, get out! 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 For days I can't help but feel like I'm in the way. Yeah, I choose to stay. I know the shouts and the screams of mean something. I walk down Kingsland Road feeling nothing tomorrow. Gonna walk away. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Sometimes you drink whiskey through the glass and it only just missed me, you've done it. I've got to walk away.
Getting like
little button does his alarm, I guess. Cute though. Oh, look at that! You scored a Mickey Mouse. Oh, what?
But I don't know. How do you find the date?
What do you mean?
This is 1970s.
I mean, look at it's the same logo right there. Loris Quartz, right?
I get it, but
there's no date on it. Well, this is it though.
It's missing a stand too. The hook. This one has a stand.
Oh, well, they were hung in it on the wall. So wall hung. There was a stand. You can see it here though. Look at. Caesar found a Mickey Mouse clock. I'll take a chance on it. Crappy trucks. Busby. It's got Supreme. Grip tape. Suval? Nice.
No, it's.
Oh, it's. Here, let me see. I'll hold those.
You'll hold those?
I'll hold those. Yeah, I'll hold those. Not bad. Here, let me see. I'll hold those.
You'll hold those?
I'll hold those. Yeah, I'll hold them. It's the Don Julio?
Yeah, Don Julio.
No, not yet. Not yet. 2014. I don't know about that Cabbage Patch. It says 1978 and it also says 2005. So this isn't original because it wouldn't have 2005 on there. So it's a re-pop of a later year. What is this? Too much. And we have Star-Lord and Shredder, $9.99. Too much. Really nice. There's blown glass, but it's made in China though. So that sucks.
Wow. No, but look at it. Whatever works. I have some comments, but it's like Star Wars. Yeah, he's really gonna spoil it.
Alright guys, so we had another quick little outing to Savers today. Met up with my buddy Caesar, who came in to kind of just show his wife around and check it out because it's just such a huge store. They don't have like 2 for $10, but check it out. It actually works, and it's just for my desk. And it powered right on when I put the batteries in. So that is for my desk, $3.99. Can't beat it, right? Gotta put it back very gently. Alright, let me turn that off because that I bet you the motor's gonna get caught by the microwave. The microphone right there. All right, next up we grabbed this, and Caesar actually grabbed this. You saw this in the beginning of the video. It's a Loris Quartz vintage 70s Mickey Mouse wall clock. And I wasn't worried. I was worried if it was gonna work or not, and as you can see, it does. Sorry, my little monitor's right here, so it's a little far away from where the camera is. I keep looking at the monitor to make sure I'm in frame. I apologize. But yeah, $8.99, and these go for, I think I saw them for around $25 on eBay. I'm a big Disney fan, and I love vintage, so this I might keep as well, but I also might post it. I haven't decided yet, so we'll see. 25 bucks. This sold for $8.99, so $9. So you know, there's a little room, $15 there for you know, for some profit. But I may keep this just because I love Mickey and it actually works. So I don't know. We'll decide. All right. Next up was this Disney plate I found. It's a Walt Disney World plate. Can't find the year. It does say it's like maybe 90s is what it looks like from the other comps on eBay. Goes for about 15 to 20 bucks. Paid $3.99 for it. Again, Disney collector may keep this, but I'll probably post it just to make a little profit on there. Hey, $10 here and there helps. Doesn't really matter. It's lightweight. It'll fit. I think it'll fit in a pattern envelope, possibly, but we'll have to see. I think I got something that'll work, but we'll make sure we keep this light on shipping. Yeah, so there we go. A little Walt Disney World vintage plate, Florida. So I'm always at Disneyland. Never been to Walt Disney World. It's on the list to go to, hopefully by the end of the year. But yeah, $3.99. I couldn't leave it there just because I know there's a lot of Disney collectors. And even if it's only, $20, it's fine. I'm not here to make $1 billion. So I'm always at Disneyland. Never been to Walt Disney World. It's on the list to go to, hopefully by the end of the year. But yeah, $3.99. I couldn't leave it there just because I know there's a lot of Disney collectors. And even if it's only, $20, it's fine. I'm not here to make $1 billion. It's just fun for me, guys. It's just fun. I have a regular full-time job where I make really good money. So this is just kind of something on the side that I like to do when I'm bored and have nothing else to do. That hit a toy. Don't call me. I'm busy. All right, let's see. Last up was what is last up? So this right here. Caesar actually found this laying on the ground as well. It says Basha Roller Skating Academy, right? And I was like, okay, whatever. But it had both skates in there. Comes with the bag. I'll wash the bag. And I couldn't find any comps while I was in the store. I have really bad service in that store, so everything takes a while to load, as you've probably seen on the video on some of them. But what were in there were these Laser X Tech roller skates. And they look vintage, and they are a little vintage. I can't find this exact one. I could find ones that are similar. But when I came home, what I did find is that these are an Indian-made roller skate. So they're only made and produced and sold in India. So, the area where I shop at, there is a high Indian following with the culture there and everything. So, this is something from, another country, which is really cool. The wheels alone, I've seen comps on just wheels for these skates go for like $60 for a set of 8 for, both shoes, or both roller skates, whatever. But I didn't see any of these skates on there at all. So, these I paid $12.99, including the bag. So I'm thinking, just because roller skating is really hot right now, like in California, like big time hot. So probably post these for around $70 and just make a little bit of money on them. They still roll really nice. The bearings are dirty, but they roll well, so they're not awful. I could put in new bearings, but I don't want to mess with the originality of the skate themselves. So if somebody wants to put in new bearings, they're easy enough to do that. But they all roll just fine. They're not totally worn down. You can see the graphics are still on the wheels. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is going to end up being a really, really good buy. Not good buy, but you know what I mean. Good buy, right? Get it? You get it. Lastly, and what I think is going to be the killer deal is this one. So. I'm a big-time sports fan. I do not know anything about women's clothes. I know a little bit, but not like a ton. But I was going through the aisle, and you saw me looking at this, and this is a carbon jacket. So the jacket itself is not totally crazy expensive. This jacket, comped on eBay alone, goes for about $30 to $50. Not crazy, and that's in a used condition, right? And what makes this jacket special? $10.49, right? $10.49. That's going to be a deal because check this out. If you look at this over here on this side, you have a San Francisco 49ers embroidered logo. And what caught my eye was this, obviously, right away as I saw that. It is a women's medium, so it's a very popular size. Fleece lined, very warm, made for the cold weather and to break wind out here in California. Break wind. That was awesome. Okay, anyways, so I noticed this because big-time sports fans. I've done volunteer work for the 49ers in the past, but what this is an on-field jacket that someone on staff would have worn during the games or at work or whatever. But you can only get this if you worked for the 49ers. So somebody wore this on game days, at the games, all that kind of stuff. You cannot just buy this jacket if you don't work for the 49ers. So that's what's going to do really good. So jackets do really well in general, especially like old vintage starter, that kind of thing, but an employee jacket is going to change the game on this one a little bit. So I'll probably post this one a little high. I might post it, close to $100 and just let it sit and see what happens. It is a very well-maintained jacket, very clean, very underused. There's not a darn thing wrong with this jacket, and you have that. So $10.49, even if I sell it for $60 or $50, I'm going to make profit. So I'm not worried about it. And if it doesn't sell and I decide to give it to somebody, I have plenty of friends that I know that are either working for the 49ers, and we do have a choreographer at our dance studio who is a Gold Rush girl as well. So it could be something that I could just give away to lots of people that I know, but this is very... Alright guys, so that's it. Those are the buys for the day. So, you know, might make a little bit of money, not looking to like, you know, totally like make this a full-time job or anything like that. It's just for fun, just for kicks and giggles for me. But yeah, I think I got some good stuff. And, you know, this Mickey Mouse clock, I keep looking at it. And the more I look at it, the more I just want to keep it and put it on my wall, like right there above my desk. So we'll see what happens. So, I don't know. Alright guys, thanks for watching. We'll catch you on the next one.
Puppet Master, not to be confused with the Puppet Masters, is a 1989 horror film from director David Schmoller. The movie begins in the usual full moon features format, with an obscenely long credit intro sequence. After the intro, we cut to a matte painting hotel, where I'm sure that nothing bad ever happens. It's 1939, inside the workshop of Andre Toulon, the Puppet Master. He's been terrifying both kids and adults with his creepy puppets for years. Meanwhile, outside, one of the puppets is trying to get in. None of these people notice a living puppet's running around? Was this the inspiration for Toy Story? Two Germans are headed to Toulon's room. He knows they're coming, so he puts the puppets in a case and hides them in a wall. I love you, my little puppet friends. Why won't you get in the case? We are here with your complimentary continental breakfast, and totally are not Nazis. Toulon kills himself, which makes the Germans move in slow motion. We cut to Yale University, 2015. It says present day. In the Office of Ancient Artifacts is the oldest one of them all, this feathered hairdo. Alex is having a nightmare about his girlfriend, daughter, somebody being murdered. Oh no, he mixed Pop Rocks and soda! Oh, my bad. It's just the old covered in leeches nightmare again. It must be Tuesday. A couple are talking to a fortune teller at a carnival, and Barbara Crampton? This movie wins. The fortune teller informs the couple the guy will get a job in retail.
Retail sales? No, ma'am. I'm sorry. You better look again because buddy here, he flunked out of the 10th grade. I don't see how it can be in retail sales.
They act like retail is some big deal. What she's really saying is, I'm sorry, ma'am. This dumbass is too stupid to sell clothes at the mall. The fortune teller has a fit of overacting that leads into Stock Footage Central. At Penis Research Incorporated, one scientist and one hipster are doing some sleep study research. Or something.
I want you to
rated. One scientist leads into Stock Footage Central. At Penis...
It doesn't... Pensa Research Incorporated.
Research Incorporated, one scientist and one hipster are doing some sleep study research. Or something.
I want you to recreate in your mind your wildest sexual fantasy.
Be as explicit as possible. Please moan and rub yourself accordingly.
Are you getting anything about a man on a horse in the rain?
What's she thinking about, a Duran Duran video?
This little girl has a very vivid imagination.
Frank gets a call from Alex. Apparently they've all been contacted psychically by some guy named Neil and told to go to the Bodega Bay Inn. They're greeted by Megan Gallagher, who owns the inn with her husband Neil. Her introduction is not warmly received.
Hello, I'm Megan Gallagher.
Okay.
The rest of the guests introduce themselves.
I'm Frank Forrester.
Please excuse my creepy old guy ponytail. They discover the reason why Neil summoned them there is because he's dead.
You're kidding? Oh my God. He shot himself. So now that you're here, we'll bury him tomorrow.
He shot himself for some reason. Well, we're gonna bury him tomorrow. I'll show you to your rooms. Is it me or does Alex look like Mitchell? Dana wants to make sure he's dead, so she stabs him with a giant pin. Couldn't she have just poked him? She had to impale him? Well, if he wasn't dead before, he is now. If you like movies with scenes of elevators going up and down, you're gonna love this. Alex explains to Megan that he and Neil used to work together at Yale. Oh man, this airplane food ain't sitting well.
Fuck.
Alex is massaging a postcard and has visions of Eyes Wide Shut. Teresa shows the rest of the guests to their rooms. Carissa has a vision of Neil sexually assaulting a woman in the elevator and possibly transforming into the Hulk. The two head to their room, where Carissa has a discovery.
Two famous movie stars had a wild night in this bed.
We have to use your gifts to find out what Gallagher was doing here.
So please, allow me to massage your gifts vigorously.
They did it right in this bed.
Who?
Randy Quaid and B. Arthur. The camera pans slowly towards Neil's body, and wasn't this movie supposed to be about killer puppets? Ah, here we go. Finally, we're gonna see some... never mind. The group's meeting for dinner. Megan explains the hotel was owned by her parents, who left it to her after they died. For a hotel this big, you'd think they'd have more than 5 guests. Megan tells the group how after she got married to Neil, he started renovating the hotel. Unbeknownst to her, he was looking for Toulon's puppet case. They've been in the wall for 50 years. Hopefully the rats didn't eat them. Dana tells Megan what she thinks of Neil.
Your husband was a despicable, greedy bastard. He screwed us, and we mean to even the score.
He's dead. What exactly are you gonna do to him now? Bury him with his underwear on his head? Alex goes outside to apologize to Megan. Is there anything my perfectly sculpted hair can do to help? Alex explains each of the group has special abilities. Alex's dreams see into the future, Dana can read fortunes, Frank has general psychic abilities, and Carissa can put food in her mouth suggestively and not eat it. Teresa's tending to the fireplace in the hotel when something startles her. Alright, who put the cat on the piano? The puppet, appropriately named Pinhead, bashes her head with the fire poker. The group hears Megan scream. Alex, what the fuck are you doing? She screamed because of this.
She fainted. Look.
Since Teresa's missing, they think that she's the one that moved the body. Carissa discovers the past sexual history of this bathtub. Frank's preparing for tonight with a box of bees.
Preparing for tonight's experiment.
Incoming jump scare in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
The hell is this couple into? Alex is fluffing his luxurious hair helmet and sees Dana casting a spell in her room.
He means to kill us all.
Who does?
Gallagher.
Gallagher? Frank and Carissa have sex as a way to contact the dead? That ranks pretty high on the list of things that I don't want to come into contact with during sex. While they didn't contact the dead, but they did attract some peeping Tom puppets, Carissa thinks someone's in the room, but instead of untying Frank, she looks under the bed and gets drilled in the head. Carissa, now is not the time to be using your vibrator. A female puppet starts messing around with Frank, and he thinks it's Carissa. So this guy can't tell the difference between flesh and wood? The puppet, Leech Woman, begins vomiting leeches on him. Leech Woman keeps going, and she would have stopped, but Frank never used the safe word. Dana makes a pass at Alex.
I was hoping we could do a little rearranging of the walls ourselves.
I don't think that'd be a good idea, Dana.
Yeah, you're carrying around a dead dog.
Well, I guess we'll just have to entertain each other like we always do, Leroy.
I get the feeling this used to involve peanut butter and shame. Dana finds Neil in her room. He just blinked. After casting some sort of spell on Neil, Pinhead tries to strangle her. She throws him down a stairwell, but Blade corners her and cuts her throat. Megan wakes up Alex and takes him to see the room from his dream. Okay, is Neil alive, or is this another dream? Let's see. 30 minutes left in the film. Yep, it's a dream. Ah, and the ever-popular Dreamception.
What's happening, Alex?
Now Megan comes to get him for real, to show him what he just dreamt about. Only now she takes him to a dusty old room with Toulon's diary. Why did she bring him up there, instead of just bringing the diary to him?
I love them like all my other children, like my other puppets. They mirror the soul of their master, and with me they are harmless, but I fear what they are capable of if placed in the wrong hands.
He fears what they're capable of. If he wanted them to remain harmless, then why did he create them with weapons? Also, why did he leave his journals in there documenting how to bring life to the undead? Alex has a vision and takes Megan to the dining room, where everyone's dead. Well, except for Dana. Neil's alive! I didn't see that coming. Neil explains he killed himself and used Toulon's secrets so he could live forever. Neil slaps Megan around, so the puppets turn on him. A brilliant archaeologist figured out how to come back from the dead, but can't figure out how to open a door? The puppets tear him apart to show he's filled with mellow yellow. We now enter the hentai portion of the film. Pinhead snaps his neck, and now he's dead. Wait a minute, didn't he say this?
It would take the total destruction of this body, something that you are not capable of.
That makes it sound like he'd have to be incinerated. Okay, he's dead, I guess. The next day, wow, this is a dirty print. Alex is saying goodbye to Megan. Sorry about leaving you with a bunch of corpses, but if you're ever out east and you need a refresher of the worst weekend of your life, give me a call. Megan goes upstairs, and now for some reason, Leroy the dog is alive. The movie was shot mostly in Pasadena, California, for about $400,000. In 1987, while running Empire Pictures, producer Charles Band released the Stuart Gordon-directed Dolls. After Empire folded, he took the killer doll idea, and it evolved into Puppet Master. The movie was originally intended to be released theatrically, but after the VHS home video boom of the late 80s, Band decided it would be smarter to release it direct-to-video. The move paid off, and the film ended up being a huge success for the studio and laid the foundation of the franchise. As of currently, there are 9 sequels, 2 comic book miniseries, and various toys and collectibles. After the success of Puppet Master, Full Moon started making movies with the intention of building franchises under their brand. So classics like the Subspecies series was born. Even though Trancers 1 was from Empire, Band continued the series under the Full Moon label all the way up to Trancers 6 in 2002. Stop-motion master David Allen did the puppet work. Allen's worked on big productions like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, as well as many smaller productions from Full Moon, like Subspecies. He was even nominated for an Oscar for his work on young Sherlock Holmes. Sometimes the puppets were controlled with wires, and other times with stop motion. Pinhead's introduction was stop motion, and even though it's only 13 seconds long, it took 2 days to produce. Stunt woman Cindy Sorensen wore the Pinhead gloves, and was only seen as the hands of the puppet. For the rod puppetry, it took 5 people for each puppet. Director David Schmoller had worked with Band in the past, in Catacombs, Crawl Space, and Tourist Trap. Despite directing the original, Schmoller never worked on any of the sequels. Of the 10 Puppet Master films, 2's my favorite. It incorporates more of the puppets into it, and has my favorite puppet, Torch. Puppet Master's a cool movie that's really more about Neil coming back from the dead than about the puppets. I think if you count their total screen time, it's less than 5 minutes. Even though they had limited screen time, the time they were on looked good. I've always had a soft spot for stop-motion animation, as it adds a certain uneasiness to what you're seeing. While some of the Puppet Master movies are better than others, they're all entertaining in their own way, unless you have a crippling fear of puppets.
Okay.
From EastEnders gay, shaking back, cracker jack, who did shoot JR? Pac-Man, He-Man, take a set, Walkman, Buckaroo, Emu, Michael Knight's car. Goonies, Crankies, Filofax and Yuppies, Lockerbie, you and me, John Lennon shot dead. Mr. Men, Mr. Ben, Angie Watts, Dirty Den, Swap Shop, Tiz was Charles and I getting wet. We didn't own an iPad, never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the sat-nav, only old AA maps. Space Raiders, Darth Vaders, our white secret lemonaders, moon boot shell suits, Michael Jackson's black. Willy Wonka, water plunker, playing with your favorite Tonka. Mrs. Mangle, eating Spangles, ammo high on smack. Mr. T.E.T. wearing pants for PE. Hungry Hippo Sam
Fox, Dumbledore and Fraggle Rock, Speak and Spell, Chaz and Dave, Acid House and all the raves, Gremlins were being mean, 19. We didn't own an iPad, never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the sat nav, only old AA maps. Shoulder pads, crazy dads being kicked in the nads, jelly shoes, naked gun, dusty bin in 3-2-1, BMX, Mag Will, Sonny in his espadrilles, Rollin' Rat, Top Cat, Michael Fish, you lying twat. Brooks, I connect for Big Daddy, Falklands War, VHS, Big Hair, Cheryl Baker's underwear, Bullseye, Mr. Claypole, Devastation in Chernobyl, Soda Stream, Elvis dead, Lionel Richie's model hair. We didn't own an iPad, never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the sat nav, only old AA maps. Rubik's Cubes are the rage, Tommy Cooper dies on stage, Space Dust, Baldrick, Maradona was a prick, Ronald Reagan, Iron Lady, Blind Date and a test tube baby, Steve Davis, different class, Annika Rice's ass, Reading Biz, smash hits, Berlin Wall, smash to bits, Freddy Krueger, I'm afraid, rocking out to Live Aid. We didn't own an iPad, never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the sat nav, only old AA maps. Chopper, Grifter, different strokes, Shepherd, Dog, John Noakes, Eric, Malcolm, Ernie Wise, watching Eddie Eagle fly, Metal Mickey, Mega Margaret, drink Kiara with my dog, Button Moon, Love Boat, half pennies, pound notes, Zippy George, Frankie says, swimming in my PJs, Stir Crazy, Fame and Bod, can I have a pee please Bob, Monkey Magic, play away, shops are closed on Sunday, Commodore 64, I can't take it anymore. We didn't own an iPad, never heard of texting, only teletexting. We never owned an iPad, never used the sat nav, only old AA maps. We never had a mobile, all our phones had wires and TVs were hired. We never owned a mobile, never had PlayStations, just imaginations. We never owned an iPad, never stabbed each other, just collected rubbers. We never owned an iPad, never wore low trousers, played in camps for hours. And now I'm that much older, it seems a world away.
Hey guys. So this is a love song. Yeah. I got too many questions in my mind, and I've got too many answers to find. Can I give up all I've imagined? Am I magical enough for this to happen? Because I like you, I like you, I like you, I like you. And like can lead to like, and like can lead to love. Sure as the stars above, I'd really like to fuck you. Oh. Can I be the man you're looking for? Can I be your girl forevermore? I'll try real hard not to lose her. I'll try to be less of a loser. Because I like you. And like can lead to like, and like can lead to love. Sure as the stars above, I'd really like to kiss you, fuck you, kiss you, fuck you, fuck you. That was weird.
Yeah.
Because I like you, I like you, I like you, I like you. And like can lead to like, and like can lead to love. Sure as the stars above, I'd really like to hold you, kiss you, jack you, kiss you, rim you, kiss you, kill you, fist you. Fuck you. Thank you.
Well, that was weird.
I can't seem to face up to the facts. I'm tense and nervous and I can't relax. This Colonel Sanders job is getting me down. A crazy chicken chasing me all over town. A psycho chicken. Better run, 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 run away. Oh, I don't know just what to do. He's got a grudge against Frank Perdue. He's clacking a lot, but he's not saying anything. I plucked him once, why pluck him again? The psycho chicken. Better run, 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 run away. Oh, Colonel Sanders wants to cook his goose, but psycho chicken still on the loose. A little chicken. They caught him down in Ohio. They cut off his head and they put him in the oven. They put him in a box right next to a roll. Put some clothes around his legs and someone took him home. Ate him for lunch and it tasted real fine. But the guy who ate him, he just lost his mind.
psycho chicken. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Better run, 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 run away. Oh, 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 the psycho chicken. Better run, 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 run away. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. It's all trouble,
Your hand on his arm, haystack charm around your neck, strung out and thin, calling some friend, trying to cash some check. He's acting dumb, that's what you've come to expect. Needle in the hay, needle in the hay, needle in the hay. Needle in the hay. He's wearing your clothes, head down to toes, a reaction to you. You say you know what he did, but you idiot kid, you don't have a clue. Sometimes they just get caught in the eye, you're pulling them through. Needle in the hay, needle in the hay, needle in the hay, needle in the hay. Now on the bus, nearly touching this sturdy retreat, falling out, 6 and pal, a dead sweat in my teeth. I'm gonna walk, 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 4 more blocks, plus the one in my brain. Downstairs to the man, he's gonna make it all okay. I can't beat myself, I can't beat myself, and I don't wanna talk. I'm taking a cure so I can be quiet wherever I want. So leave me alone. You ought to be proud that I'm getting good marks. Needle in my hay, 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 needle in my hay.
Oh, God, blimey.
Oh, saucy.
Matron, take them away. Oh.
Mankey! What? Get more free comedy stuff at MankeyRecords.com.
Hey man, get the mad tunes on, yes.
Yeah, mate.
What?
You into my bub?
No.
I don't know. Guy say she's ugly or something.
NEBS.
What? Drug squad?
No, you're about it.
Alright, non-educated delinquent skinnies. Ha, got ye. He'll do, I'll be right. He'll do, oh yeah, knock it. He'll do, I'll be right. He'll do, oh yeah, knock it. He'll do, I'll be right. He'll do, oh yeah, knock it. I'm gonna rip your jaw. I was laughing your mad singing out the back of your granny like yes. I was laughing your mad singing out the back of your granny like yes. I was laughing your mad singing out the back of your granny like yes. I'm gonna pump your mom. He'll you, will be right. I helped you try to knock my stash last night. He'll Heal you, what's the fucking script? You're a wee boy bag, your jaw's getting ripped. Heal you, you stupid wee dafty, don't want to get your mouth about it, I'm going off day. Boy, jump all in your heat, and I'll teach you for stealing my weed. Heal you, I'll be right. Heal you, oh yeah, no. Heal you, I'll be right. Heal you, oh yeah, no. Heal you, I'll be right. Heal you, oh yeah, no. I'm gonna eat up your jaw. I was up your mud taking it back up granny like yes. I was up your mud taking it back up granny like yes. I was up your mud taking it back up granny like yes. I'm gonna eat up your jaw. I'm going down the town to see if I get lucky. If I can't get a bird, I'll drink some more bucky. Wash it down with a couple of pills. I know the eggies will cure my ills. Get a company fine, I'll read. When I wake in the morning, I'll probably be dead. Don't worry, he's got Johnny Cash. Roll a Jimmy Cliff from a rockin' ash. If that doesn't work, we'll get some crack. Freebase with coke and then some smack. Peace, peace. All the sideburns are pushing for me. Heal you, I'll be right. Heal you, oh yeah, no. Heal you, I'll be right. Heal you, oh yeah, no. Heal you, I'll be right. Heal you, oh yeah, no. I'm gonna eat up your jaw. Donkeys in here, donkeys in here, donkeys in here, shake. I pumped your mom last night. Donkeys in here, donkeys in here, donkeys in here, shake. I smoked your drum last night. I love your man taking it back here, I'm gonna lie, yes. I kicked your balls last night. I love your man taking it back here, I'm gonna lie, yes. Help me.
friend. Get his teeth clean. Oh, hello, Nasty. Hello, Dang. Oh, that's torn it. What are you doing, Stig? He's getting out of here. Well, I'm going to get out of here, too.
Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Yes, he's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Yes, he's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Yes, he's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Yes, he's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Yes, he's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt. He's a fucking cunt. Yes, he's a fucking cunt.
Well, I went to the doctor. I said I'm feeling kind of rough. Let me break it to you, son. Your shit's fucked up. I said my shit's fucked up. Well, I don't see how. He said the shit that used to work won't work now. I had a dream, ah shucks, oh well. Now it's all fucked up, it's shot to hell. Yeah, my shit's fucked up. It has to happen to the best of us. The rich folks suffer like the rest of us. It'll happen to you. That amazing grace sort of passed you by. You wake up every day and you start to cry. You wanna die, but you just can't quit. Let me break it on down. It's the fucked up shit. Yeah, my shit's fucked up.
Daddy, what's a frontal lobotomy?
Well, son, you know how the pressures of life can cause people to do crazy things. And if a person does too many crazy things, then that person is crazy. Sometimes you can keep yourself from going crazy by doing things to relieve tension, like drinking or having sex. But if craziness goes too far, sometimes the only thing left to do is to cut out that part of your brain that makes you crazy. That kind of brain surgery is called a frontal lobotomy. Maybe this song will help you understand what I mean.
Jimmy and I are brothers. We went down different paths. Jimmy always listened to my mother, and me, I never liked to take a bath. As we grew and tumbled through adulthood, the pressure caused emotional drain. And now I'm slowly dying in the bottle, and Jimmy has to live with half a brain. Yes, me, I've got a bottle in front of me, and Jimmy has a frontal lobotomy. Just different ways to kill the pain the same. But I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than have to have a frontal lobotomy. I might be drunk, but at least I'm not insane. Jimmy let his troubles drive him crazy. He never tried to drown it in a drink. I know that drinking makes my thinking hazy, but at least I still have brains enough to think. Jimmy's got a brain that isn't stable. He doesn't have the sense to say his name. I'm sorry that his doctor was unable to remove the proper portion of his brain. Yes, me, I've got a bottle in front of me, and Jimmy has a frontal lobotomy. Just different ways to kill the pain the same. But I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than have to have a frontal lobotomy. I might be drunk, but at least I'm not insane. Funny how the world works. People can be real jerks. Some prefer the tension over booze. Either way it ends the same. Hard to beat the living game. Might as well enjoy it while you lose. When I need a drink I start to shiver, and Jimmy always viewed it with concern. But I'd rather have cirrhosis of the liver than an intellect that's second to a fern. I wonder if old Jimmy's gonna hear it when I tell him that his logic wasn't sound. They'll dose him up on lots of evil spirits when they take him to the psychiatric grounds. Yes, me, I've got a bottle in front of me, and Jimmy has a frontal lobotomy. Just different ways to kill the pain the same. But I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than have to have a frontal lobotomy. I might be drunk, but at least I'm not insane.